Yo, 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 yo. Happy Sunday, people. Wagwan. Wagwan, Shifa.
Man, like motion, big up, Kazi, you good?
Yeah, man. Yeah, bro. Happy Sunday. Know that sun shining.
Come on, man, I bleach pan a weekend. Sunday pan a beach on a weekend.
Mad thing. Mad thing. So, Wagwan, though. You good?
Yeah, man, I just got back from work, to be honest. Still, I done a little working, early morning workings, but quick things. These are last minute emergency jobs still.
I've been on the same thing still, to be fair.
Mm.
Same thing. Up out early. Stupid o'clock, and then, yeah.
So, what go on? The music, they're on trial.
Music, musicians, influencers, everybody. Everybody we are public figures.
All right. So who are the judge and who are the solicitor?
Well, I don't know. If you listen, it's just a conversation. I don't know. If people wanna set it up as a trial and defend the musics, then can defend the music. You get what I'm saying? You can draw for the prosecutor. Them, it's not a problem. But I got some other topics we're gonna touch on as well.
Yeah.
I.e., you're talking about the vaccine and how not so much the vaccine, sorry, but they bringing the testing to schools, and they wanting parents to test at home. So we want to talk to the parents, them, and discover how they feel about having to do that kind of stuff at the minute in the situation that we're in. Do you know what I'm saying? And then we're talking about what's going on the continent of Africa in terms of Nigeria, Uganda. We're going to be talking about the budget, Rishi Sunak's budget. See what he's gonna, what we think is gonna happen with the budget. And then we're also going to talk about the situation in Myanmar, where they've just recently opened fire on the protesters and things, and apparently there's reported 10 dead or something near
Where's
that.
Where's that?
Myanmar. It's an Asian country.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we're going to talk about the governor of New York and his claims of sexual abuse that's been leveled at him. Apparently he's got his second claim coming against him now.
Who?
The governor of New York. Cuomo. Yeah, Cuomo. So I think he's facing his second claim of sexual harassment in the office. And then we're also talking about China and China's claim, or should I say the government's claim, that they have lifted 100 million people out of poverty, and discussing that and how they did it, and is it possible over here, and how would we kind of do that.
I wouldn't be surprised though. You see, when we're talking about China, like, I'm not gonna lie, you see, like, back in the day, remember films like what's the film with Gandalf and the man there again? What's that film called?
Oh, what, Lord of the Rings?
You see, like Lord of the Rings, how you got like the different types of people, the different little races or nations in the Lord of the Rings. Like you got the elves, you got the dwarfs, you got the man named the fairy foot again, the Frodos, and the man there, the Bagginses, and the man. Yeah. So, like, I've always seen the Chinese people, like, if we was to put them in that story, they would be the elves, like, because everyone learns from them, like, or the majority of the Europeans, at least, anyway. I don't know about Africa. Africa had a lot of information and technology from way back when. But it seems like the Western world learns a lot from the Chinese, and they like to kind of mimic and copy their patterns of behavior, like that, in the sense of when you're looking now with all this new technology, like the 5G and all of these things. Obviously, it's all starting in China. When the new computer comes out, the new technology, it's all coming from China. When you get like this thing now where they got the chip, you can put a chip in your hand, and just pay for your things at the till with your finger, like that. So all these things is like, that's how I look at it. It's like Lord of the Rings, and these, man, that's the magic. Do you get me? The technology that they're trying to influence the world with. Like, even if you think certain things like gunpowder and them thing there, I swear it's China that the Europeans learned that from. So, some of their most powerful stuff, that's got them through through the history till now, to be in the powerful position that they're in. A lot of it's come out of China. Hence why China's in a good position as well, then, isn't it? Must be. That's how I kind of look at it.
Yeah. I mean, for what the stats are talking about, from what they're saying, they're taking it from 1990 up until, they haven't done one of as more recent than 2016. But what they're talking about is that they're predicting that obviously this next one that they do that is going to drop. Obviously, they reckon it's going to be virtually eradicated. Two things to put on there though. There is two standards. So the Chinese have a standard, but there's also a standard that is I can't remember the name of the organization, but there's a standard that is it the World Bank? I think it is potentially that have a standard that's probably different to the Chinese, which means that it's not as effective as China claim, but it would suggest that people absolute poverty is more or less eradicated, but the actual
the Chinese are quite efficient though. They're very efficient. They're like, from when you can turn on the TV and the internet and you can see all of these things they're doing, like super factory, and like it's crazy what they're doing. They're like literally taking over industries till no one else in the world can compete with them. So I could imagine that at some point that's definitely plausible what they're saying. To some.
Yeah, I mean, they were talking about the most of the poverty was based on people living in the rural areas. Yeah, so it is more about, but they're also saying actually Vietnam has seen a dramatic fall in extreme poverty rates as well. Other countries as well as India and Brazil actually. So I think they was talking about absolute. I think the poverty line they were talking about is people making, I think it is less than $2.30 a day.
Flipping hell, is that what that brings you out of poverty? Making what, £3 a day?
That's
$2-3 a day. That's
yeah.
Yo, listen. Yo, I don't even know what to say to that, but that's poverty to me.
To be fair, actually no, I was wrong. Actually, the Chinese government's benchmark is slightly higher than the World Bank. So the World Bank would suggest it's a bit lower, but for China they've gone a bit higher. So yeah, that's not too bad because it's higher than what the World Bank suggests it should be, which is I guess it bodes well for the Chinese in that sense.
Yeah, man. The Chinese work hard, man. They are hard workers. Like when you see what they're like, I don't want to say every single Chinese person is the hardest working person in the workplace, but for what their country is doing, the output of their country, is unquestionable. Everything's made in China.
Yo, big up yourself, brother. Educated. Big up yourself as well. Big up yourselves, brothers. You know what I'm saying?
Can I ask you a question before we move on to anything else? Is today's show a boycott?
A boycott from who?
Yeah. Are you trying to boycott the Chelsea match, cuz?
Who, me? Listen, I ain't got no time to boycott Chelsea. Chelsea ain't. Listen, last week I was on a Villa were playing, bro. You talking about?
I hear you still. I hear you.
Right,
I swear the game start now as well. I swear it started now, isn't
it? I don't know. To be fair. I'm not really interested in Chelsea and what they're going on with. Do you get me?
Why, man? Chelsea are the best, man. You should be interested. You should always be interested in the best team. We are the best and the best. We are the best of the best. In other words,
listen, innit? You, my brother, my pops, the all I know. The all I know I eat it.
Well, they're the best of the best in the world. You can't eat panda. You can't eat
panda. Man. I'm not really interested in them, to be fair. But yeah, how you mean? You mean if you're a Chelsea fan, big up yourself. I'm not into we're not going tribal today. We're gonna keep it all love. You know what I'm saying?
We need to beat up some Man United today. Still, we need to.
Not gonna lie though. Man United have stepped up, so but yeah. Anyway, off of the football.
Yeah.
On the on the Africans on the African sense of it, what we're talking about, looking at obviously another 300 young women have been taken in
where?
In Nigeria, again, another private school. 300,
Really?
another 300 children, young, over 300. I think it's 317 was
Why are they taking the children though, Mosh?
Mate, I couldn't tell you. Obviously, I think no. Some of it is for ransom and things like that.
But why would they have to ransom these pitney? I don't understand. Talk to me. Why do they need to ransom them? What is going on in Nigeria? What's creating this instability within their borders?
It's rebels, isn't it? Different factions, bro. I think looking for power, looking for whatever it is. I couldn't tell you, to be fair. I mean, I see these things, and it's interesting. I'd like to have some of the brothers from the place they call Nigeria on to kind of talk about it, because obviously it's your homeland. Do you know what I mean? And it's
So
fair.
is Nigeria effectively at war with itself then?
I'd say there's a sense of Islam within Nigeria that is partly, but then there's other groups as well. So there's different factions of different belief systems, I guess, that are going on with foolishness. But for a lot of the time, you're hearing different a lot of the time you're hearing things like Boko Haram and things like that in those regions. So God knows who it is. I don't think anyone's taken credit for it yet, but if you can take credit for that kind of stuff. But yeah, that's another thing.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. So I've heard of Boko Haram before. Like, I've never really understood like this whole idea of, for instance, you got like many tribes within every nation, innit? Yeah. So you would assume that people living under one nation, under one banner, with one flag, regardless of their tribal outreach, you know, like in Jamaica, you got Muslims, you got Christians, you got different faiths, you got Rasta. You understand? You might have a couple Buddhists, you might even have a Hindu. You understand? But everyone's cool. No one ain't trying to kill each other off. So why have we got this situation in Nigeria? What's the difference in the logistics of their situation there?
I think you'll find though, I wouldn't say to the same levels, but within the region, you'd find that there's a lot of stuff involving young people in that region when it comes to militants and stuff like that, or militias and things like that. It tends to be things, you know what I mean? They capture young boys and turn them into child soldiers, and then they take young girls, and apparently they take some of them for brides and different things, you know what I mean? So there's going to be all kinds of heinous acts committed against them, which is, you know, what well, I don't know. It's just and obviously 2 weeks ago they took 42 people, including 27 students. So
why haven't the United Nations or no one like that stepped in then?
I don't know.
Where's America with their big guns and their big chests? You know, they're stepping in like everywhere else in the world. Where are they now?
So what would you want? What would you want America or Britain or France, etc., to do in those situations? I mean, let's take France out of it, because they're just anyway, they're going to be on some different crud. But yeah,
I don't trust French people, man. Well, not French people, but I don't trust their government, should I say? I don't trust their government at all. But as far as you know, the rest of the world, like America, the likes of England, whoever else is in United Nations, you know, does the onus not lie with them? You know, if they're gonna step in all over the world and, you know, say they're stopping atrocities, they want to get rid of weapons of mass destruction, you know, they want to make a new world order, whatever it is they're doing, yeah. Like, they came up with the concept of this United Nations to protect people around the world. Why are those people not important to protect? But it's important to invade a man's country and take away a weapon that he's probably not even going to use, or invade a man's country because they're not freeing up their resources, or do you know, like that? I just don't understand it. How is this not important?
So IO, big up IO, brother. He's saying there's a rumor that's saying China is backing Boko Haram.
Jeez.
And if I'm honest with you, I wouldn't be surprised if there is a big nation backing them. The only problem with that is that the way China treats the Muslims within China. Do you know what I mean?
China,
So I don't know, man.
Even that though, emotion, you see, one thing I come to realize, because I had a little look into this whole after having a conversation with I can't remember who it was, and there was a Chinese guy on one of these panels. He was having a conversation about this. I looked into it a bit and I thought about it. I said, hold on. All right, so what the Chinese are basically saying is, if you're living in China and you're now Chinese, you have to respect their thing, innit? You have to be part of their religion. And their religion is basically the government, innit? That you have to just worship the king or the person who's in power, innit? And you can consult the Taoist and everything there and learn about life that way. But they don't want religion because, as far as I understand, I don't want to say this is definite neither, because I am not a person who works for the Chinese government, but I am of the belief that they find religious people to be quite fanatic. So they try to stamp that out completely so that everyone is working to one agenda. Now, to some extent, I understand it. Like, I don't agree with it fully, because obviously, you know, people should be allowed to practice their religion. They shouldn't have to hide it. But at the end of the day, it's China's country, innit? They know what works for them, innit? Like, I can't tell them what works for them. Maybe, you know, through so many wars and so many disputes in the past, that's why it's come to a point where a man said, you know what? Now we're not going to have no more war, because everyone's going to think the same thing. Do you know what I'm saying?
So wouldn't it then be a case of, in some senses, prevention's better than cure then? Because you then expect for a people that are going to be intolerant to a people's practices to then just say, well, actually, we don't want that here, and whether or not the world will see that as the right action. Okay, you can be like certain countries and make it extremely difficult, okay, for that to happen. So I'd say, and I'm not sure how difficult it is, to be fair, but you could make it extremely difficult in if that's the case. So I'd say to have them there, and for them to be there and having communities and different things like that, and then to treat them like that, I'd say that's, you know, a jump that I can't stand with. Now, if you want to have a stance of keep China for the Chinese and keep Chinese customs and traditions, that's fine, have that. But then don't be so accommodating initially or you know what I'm saying, as a country. So, you know, it's just I get what you're saying. You want to come here and you do stuff and you want to abide by the laws and the rules of the country. That's fine. And I get that. But to what extent, you know, do you tell people that they should forget themselves to be Chinese? Because they're never going to be called Chinese, are they?
Do you think that sometimes, though, we kind of, what's the word? It's like we step outside of our box and we're kind of speaking out of turn. Not necessarily out of turn, because everyone can speak their mind, innit? But I mean, in the sense of, like, when we were growing up, we used to watch Kung Fu films. Remember Kung Fu film?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? With the Chinese people, like, kicking down the place, and they do the Shaolin and everything there. Now, what I notice is, the culture of these people, when I'm watching these Kung Fu films, is a lot different to what I'm used to. But when I was growing up, I used to question it. It's only as we've come more into this information age, I believe, we as people, we question everything now. And we expect things to be a certain way, not just where we are, but across the pond, if that makes sense. Whereas, you know, those people there, they probably have exactly the same feeling. Some of them probably look at us and think, these British people are mad. They need to be more like us. And they got things that they say about us the same way we got things to say about their culture. Do you feel me? That's what I kind of look at it. Because, like, for instance, you look at, like, society now, equal rights for women and all of these things. Now, if you look at if you watch a Kung Fu film from the 90s, 80s, 70s, even worse, look at the way the women are talked to and treated. They're like slave. I'm not lying. You go back and watch them. But I don't think a woman real quick.
But I don't think anybody was. Like, for me, I don't think we're questioning their culture or anything like that. I believe, like, like I said to you, if you want to maintain your culture and your practices, that's all fine, right? They've got an ancient civilization that they've had, and they've carried certain practices through for time, as Japan and certain other countries, and that's fine to do that. But again, like I said, what's going to happen is, though, when you treat a certain set of people a certain way, okay, people are going to talk about it, and that is the situation.
I just don't think the Chinese care. I think the Chinese are like this. At the end of the day, they've made their bed, they're gonna lie in it, innit? And they set the pace, they set the rules, innit? Now, as far as I know, when you look at Chinese history, it's quite violent You know, even like I said, when you watch some of these kung fu films and these Chinese movies, very, very violent. You see a man box down a woman, he don't care. I see one here, like, and the thing is, like, over principle. So over a man's principles, over what he believes in and them thing there, a man will kill for them things there. Do you understand? They're very big on principle. Do you understand? So, you know, like China, like from what I've known of its history, has had a lot of wars, and you know, a lot of the time it's people of different not necessarily religion, but you know, cultural belief systems then might not necessarily be a religion as such, like Buddhism, but you know, people will fight for what they believe in it. And I think that, you know, from the government standpoint, they just see it as, if we can get rid of all the people that think like this, or force people and retrain people to think a certain way that they think, then it's going to make it easier to, you know, make people fall in line. Basically, it gives them more control. And then you look at our country, is our government not doing the same rascal thing and forcing little situations, little things like into our day to day to take back control?
No, but what you have to understand is that there is a big difference, like, between a set of people feeling harassed by like institutions like the police and things like that. There's a totally different thing, I guess, to there being a total taking away of your rights and your ability to speak out and things like that. And I'd say, because you have to understand, in somewhere like China, it's happening. There's people fighting. There's another, because again, there's people fighting for rights, and you know, like, there's a thing here, right? Let me finish. There's a thing that says, like, in Hong Kong, 47 activists have been charged, right? Where they changed the law last year, and you know, 47 people, 39 men, 8 women, between 23 and 2064 are scheduled to appear before West Kowloon Magistracy on Monday. So it's showing, and it's saying, it's seeing that there's people that don't have the right to speak out. We've had people on panels that have said, you know, they can speak in their own circles around their friends, but not out in public. So to some people, there's a clear taking away of people's rights. Do you know what I'm saying? Yo, big up Erman Saleh, big up yourself, brother. Respect, thanks for joining, bro. Big up yourself. We said them man, I got controversy on the oh my gosh, the man, I got controversy going on. Listen, we're gonna touch that in a piece, innit? When you don't already jump on, we talk about that as well. We'll see what go on. Hopefully he might jump in, innit? Do you know what I'm saying? Educated's on it already. Educated's on it, boy. Big up Educated. Do you know what I'm saying? But yeah, so that was that one. I think yeah, in terms of that, like I said, obviously people are gonna look at that, and we live in a country where we have the freedoms to do certain things like protest and speak out against our government. I mean, come on, man! Like a man made a song calling the prime minister. Do you know what I mean? Dissing the prime minister. Look where it got to in the charts. Do you know what I'm saying? So it just goes to show how much freedoms we have here as a country. What do you think would happen to someone that did something like that in China? Do you get what I'm saying? That's the thing that we got. That's the thing that we got to think about in that sense. Like, how many people would be able to do that in China? I mean, people are being arrested and going to court for having a voice. So it's crazy. Do you get what I'm saying? But yeah, man.
Is that what we're headed to, though, Motion, in the sense of, like, you look at all of this corona stuff that's going on now, all of these weird things that's happening around the world, and all of a sudden, all of these new laws, all of these new bills, legislations are being forced through governments. Now, I totally get where you're coming from in the sense of, right now, yeah, we may seem like we've got more freedoms. We can talk about things. We can say what we like. We could talk about whoever, and, you know, no one's getting locked up. But to an extent, maybe that's all a facade. Maybe that's why this corona and all these things have hit. Because while they're changing up these laws and putting things in place, you know, eventually all of them, the same way China's going, I think we're going to end up going the same way. That's my honest opinion. Like, I just think that that's the way the world works. You know, everyone's following suit. Everyone's watching everyone, isn't it? Watching what everyone's doing. Watching what's like. for instance, what's boosting an economy. And if the Chinese economy is done well from changing a certain rhetoric or changing a certain element of its governance, I can't see why the rest of the world, other governments ain't going to say, well, can we benefit from that? Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I don't see China as a world leader in that sense to be able to do that. People will naturally look to the America and the Britain and certain other countries as leaders in terms of what kind of things we go. Like, and this is important actually, not to sidetrack from this bit, but back to that, you asked a question earlier and I did want to respond to it actually when you said how comes America and things like that are not getting involved. And what was funny to me was that not funny, but it's something I'm like, well, what's it? People do talk about things and you say, oh, is it a conspiracy theorist and stuff like that. But then when things like this happen, where Joe Biden turns around and says to certain countries, we're going to sanction you and impose all kinds of things off you if you don't allow gay marriage and all kinds of things like that. But then you have him sitting there seemingly quiet and not addressing the situation with the young people being kidnapped by these by these militia groups. So I'd say yeah, what is yes, I find you want to have countries be more inclusive, but what about the situation of the young people being taken away from their families?
Do you know the problem there though, Bosch? Would sanctions actually make any difference to their situation in Nigeria?
I don't know. It might make the government. I don't know. It could make the government come down harder. It could make it become more of a volatile situation.
You feel me? And that's what you see what you said there. That's where my mind's at with it, because like I said in the beginning, like with all of these kidnappings, mass kidnappings going on, and it's happening like frequent. It's not happened once. It's not a one-off. This is a thing that's ongoing. Like, is the country literally at war with itself? Because why are people feeling the mind to go and kidnap people? What's making their situation so desperate? Do you know, like that? And then you think that Nigeria is a place that's got billionaires, It's got billionaires, bro. So there's money there. It's not like there's not people there that could, help to diffuse the situation. Maybe the infrastructure of the country isn't strong enough for everyone to be eating well. I don't know. But at the end of the day, if the place has got billionaires, then the wealth is disproportionate, isn't it? So,
but you could say that in most countries where the wealth will be
disproportionate.
It will be handed down, passed down from generation to generation, from bloodline to bloodline, and within certain I'd say subsections of society. Okay, that's what's happening. People. There's all these allegations. You always see people always linking these people. This president's related to that president. This prime minister's related to this person and that person in some way. And that's how it goes, man. That's how it goes. But yeah, big up Bakar. Hold on 1 second. Big up Bakar. Big up Brona. Big up Louise. Yeah, done know. Big up Barber. Jada Barber. Big up yourself as well. Done know. Big up all the people watching. Done know. Feel free to jump on the panel. Put your 10 cents in. Everyone's 10 cents is worth it. Do you know what I'm saying? It all contributes to the bigger picture. Do you know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, big up yourselves, people. Happy Sunday and all that. Sun shining. So yeah, big up yourselves for being here and not outside drinking cider. Mad thing. But yeah. Yeah, sorry,
I think you might be right though. With certain things, it's just the way it goes, isn't it? And obviously, certain people have got control of certain positions of power, and the world is structured, in the way that, they've set it out. But I think that, when we look at things like entitlement and rights, as much as one person feels like they've got rights, another person's got rights. So as much as there's, one rich family that's fighting for power, there's another one. So there's always going to be a power struggle in it. I don't really know what this struggle is in Nigeria. I don't know if these people are suffering and this is their way of fighting back. I don't know if they're being oppressed. I don't know if they're the oppressors. I don't really know. So I can't comment too much, but I'd imagine that there's some underlying situation here that is not really being brought to the surface enough for people to know it.
But does it justify? But either way, does it justify taking of people's children? Because I'd maintain, and don't get me wrong, they'd probably sitting there thinking to themselves, we take this school, there's going to be a politician's child and so on and so forth. But my stance on these things is always the same.
Yeah.
always the same. Do you know what I mean? Like the children, the mother, it shouldn't be collateral damage. And unfortunately, it's the world that we live in. It's way too easy for people to use what's close to you as weapons against you. Do
Yeah,
you get
but
what
think about it like this. Imagine now, yeah. Imagine, imagine you build a house in a jungle, yeah, and you built like this house in the jungle, and you made a massive like fortress in the middle of the jungle, but it's
What we look like
destroying the
Tarzan.
wildlife.
So
Can
when
you
we
hear
look
me?
like Tarzan,
No, I'm just, I'm just saying. Just imagine. I'm just giving you a scenario, innit? So imagine you build this house in the jungle now, yeah. It's destroying the wildlife around it, the inhabitants around it. So they're struggling for food and rare tear. But you got lions and tigers out there and volatile creatures that could really hurt you, innit? But they're struggling to find food. Now there's bare food and stuff within your fortress, innit? Within your walls or whatever. So if you go outside of the walls, there's a likelihood these things are outside scavenging around, innit? You might get hurt, innit? Like they might want to eat you. So I'm just saying it like that. Like if you know that you got this situation in Nigeria, you're sending your picnic to school now, yeah, and you know that there's wolves outside, innit? There's wolves running around in the street. They're outside the school, you know. They're waiting for someone to slip up. You got to have the right security, innit? Like that don't make no sense that these kids can just get taken so easily. Like unless there's an army of them that's run up in the school. But then if that's the case, if it's an army of people just running up in school, then unfortunately you gotta have an army protecting the schools, isn't it? Like, am I
yeah, but
wrong?
then what? Then what? Do you then end up in crazy shootouts and children being hit in cross? You know what I'm saying? Like there's all
Well, it's
this is
better
the thing.
that it's
Is that
better
we?
that though. If you think about it, it's better that yeah, you had some crazy shootouts. All right, a couple of people might have got killed, but like what we're talking about is a mass kidnapping. So numerous people have been kidnapped, where one person might have died or two soldiers might have died, but they got paid to die. You understand? That's what they get paid for. They're there to die or to kill one of the other, innit? You feel where I'm coming from? Now, for these kids, it's not their fault. They shouldn't be left in the way as cannon fodder. It shouldn't happen. The
Okay.
government has a onus to step in and make sure these children are protected by whatever means necessary. And I think that the fact that that's not happened, you know, consider if this was the first kidnapping, if it was the second kidnapping, and you know what, they slipped up for the second time, you might even think, you know what, well, me personally, I might think I got a bit of sympathy for the government to say that, you know, this hasn't been an ongoing problem that they've had time to deal with properly. But they've had ample time then. How long has this been? How many kidnappings have there been? How long has this been going on for?
So what are you
Because
saying? What are you saying?
sounds
They
like
need
a
to,
while.
do they need to come? So you believe that they need to come down harder on them and literally just try and shut it down from now?
I think that it's one of those things where if the government don't have the resources to deal with it, then they have to be more open with what's actually going on. Because, you know, I don't know, maybe they got something to hide. I don't know. But if they're going to be more open with the problem, then, you know, I'd imagine it would be easier for, you know, external bodies around the world, i.e., America, China, or whoever's got, well, China got the biggest army as far as I know. You know, then they can step in and say, all right, we'll designate X amount of soldiers to try and control this situation, but it's going to cost, innit? And everything comes down to money, innit? So, you know, how much is the lives of those children worth?
Would it be a possibility though that, for example, here's an example, yeah. Just before I go, speak up yourself, Natty. Welcome, bro.
Yeah, big up, Natty.
For example, yeah. So for example, they're talking about. So say, I'll give an example like drone strikes, yeah. So you say to another country, look, we need help in this situation, so on and so forth, and they bring in things like drone strikes and stuff like that, yeah. Now,
Yeah.
what about the possibility that you could then drive those people from the militias and the rebels back into the cities and blending into city life and committing probably even worse atrocities where they're amongst a more dense population? What do you know what I mean? There's aspects of that could be dangerous in terms of going at them hard. So it would have to be a very coordinated and pretty much a fight. You know, one of them final blows that literally just wipes out the head of the snake, for want of a better word. Do you know what I'm
But do you
saying?
think that's even possible in this situation? Because, for instance, when they were dealing with what's the guy's name again who blew up the towers? Osama bin Laden and the
Farmer.
man there, yeah? And Al Qaeda and the man there. They knew who they were dealing with. They had a rough idea, I'd imagine, of what kind of numbers they were dealing with. So it was all out war in it. They knew what they were going against, so they had to put a substantial a force that was either equal or more than the force that was there in it. That's how you look at it, innit? You're not going to go with less of a force. Now, it doesn't seem like whoever's doing these kidnappings, it doesn't seem like, like a massive army of people. Maybe this is more guerrilla tactics where, there's not such a massive army. Like it's more like rebels in it, or they hide in their faces. No one really knows who they are. I don't know. Because really, the country itself, the people should know who's who and who's doing what in it. But if they don't even know what's going on in their
But
own
then
country,
you're looking at regions as well and tribes, and the amount of tribes and regions and different places that you can travel to and move in and out of. I'd probably suggest it'd be probably difficult to pinpoint and locate specific people from groups. I mean, you could probably pinpoint and locate a group of people gathering at any one particular time at some point through some through some kind of intelligence. But again, like I said, once these people leave certain places and then say that, for example, they're going to go into the cities or the bigger towns that they're not known in, it's not necessarily that they're going to be, people can blend in. Do you know what I
but
mean?
whose fault is that? That has to be the government's fault, though, because I think about it like this: who's the guy? What? Not Noriega. Who's the guy again? The cocaine guy. What's his name again?
Escobar.
Pablo Escobar. You look at what their man they were dealing with. These men were on proper guerrilla warfare. Like they weren't playing around. That man had he was the commander of his own army. You might as well say, isn't it? And they still was able to take him down. Although fair enough, he built his own prison there, but they knew what he was doing in it. They knew how to flipping fight against him in it. They just didn't have the money and the resources in it. Once they got the resources, they was able to deal with the problem. Now I think that in this situation, it can't be no different. They're not. It's not flipping Pablo Escobar. He's a dangerous guy. They ain't got tanks running up in the school, have they? You know, like that. So
yeah, but we don't know what kind of. I don't particularly know what kind of firepower they may have or stuff like that. Or
if they
even
had
what
tanks running up
funding
in
they
schools,
might have, because they're clearly funded somewhere by someone.
yeah. I'd imagine it's about think if they had tanks running up on remember Pablo Escobar, the man tried to overthrow the whole entire government. You feel me? So that was a powerful movement, and that got taken down. So this one, it's not. It can't be as bad as that. You know what I'm trying to say? So I don't understand. We're years ahead in the future. We've got technology, like you said. They got drones. They can find Osama bin Laden where this guy was hiding in some remote mountains. I don't even know. I don't know where the hell that was that they found him. I can't even remember. But I just know that he was supposed to be impossible to find. They found him, so they can find these guys.
No, they find a specific. Again, they can pinpoint specific people here and there, and they can pinpoint figureheads and leaders. But who's to say, for example, 10 years ago, a young man was taken from one village in one side of Nigeria and taken to another side of Nigeria, and he's blended into another village, and you just wouldn't know. You just think he's someone from outside, and he could be working with job, everything, and at night time creeping out and doing all kinds of madness. We just don't know. Do you know what I'm saying?
I don't know about that. Do you know what, Mosh? I'll be honest with you, yeah. Like, I think in this day and age, I just don't believe that to be true. I think, like you said, with all this drone strike business going on, eye in the sky, satellite, they can see every rotted thing that's going on the planet, bro. They can see everything. So there's no way these people have kidnapped people's pitney in large numbers and just disappeared into the bush. Talk to me.
So we say they got all the cameras in the bush then.
I don't know, unless they got like some underground tunnels and they just took them into the underworld, that.
You say Attenborough left cameras out there for them. They ain't using them.
You know, like that. Like they got some holes dug underneath the Sahara and them thing there. They just like walk under there. And there's a whole world under the flipping. I don't even know, bro. Yeah. I don't know, man.
So
that
anyway,
just me, man.
Mad thing, I know. Moving on. So you got a man in Uganda. He is a singer. He goes by the name of Bobby Wine. He became a politician and has literally been taken in by the young and the youth of Uganda. And
Bobby Wine, yeah.
apparently Bobby Wine, his name is, yeah. Oh, that's his music. That's his name from in music.
Bobby Wine.
And the president Museveni or Vini has is obviously the person that's been in, I think it's 34 years he's been president, something like that. But yeah, he's been imprisoned and there's been large protests and 3 people ended up dead. Rest in peace. And then 40 people injured again. So it seems like these kind of events are happening all over the place. Do you know what I'm saying? All over the place, you know. It's crazy, and like just going reading over these things over the last week, and I'm just like, wow. Yeah, man, it's crazy. It's crazy. And obviously we got what goes on our streets here in England, and obviously the Americans have got what goes on over theirs. Everything is everything. Big up yourself, bro. Big up yourself. Yeah. So obviously we got all these things going, and it just seems like, not to sound negative or anything like that, but it does come in like there's a lot of madness going on, a lot of madness, and a lot of people dying or being killed, and you know what I'm saying, and a lot of people fighting for what they believe.
So what are you saying about? So what are you saying about this music thing, man? Like, because obviously, a friend of mine's over in West London, Wembley. Obviously, a friend of mine lost a younger brother who was 16 years old to some drill rappers, and yeah, man, it's a bit sad that, you know, obviously he was just over there checking a girl, come out late at night, 12 o'clock, and on the high street, yeah, these boys just chased after him, thinking that he's some op or he's not from the area code, and just stab him up, man. And then obviously they're gonna rap about it, and then the kids or their friends or people their ages are gonna like it, gonna think this is it. But now you see what it was, right? When I was listening to that drill music, yeah, I weren't actually listening to what they were saying. Yeah, I was just listening to the beat, innit? I weren't actually listening to what they're saying. To me, it was just murmuring, innit? Just like da, 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 da. You know, that murmuring shit, yeah. But now that I've actually listened to some of what they're talking, all they're talking about is splashing, man. That is it, bruv. That is all that music is, bruv. And you know what I think it should be, bruv? It should be censored now.
Well, I think they were talking about banning
that platform down, because yeah, ban it, bruv.
I think
but the more you see, the thing is though, yeah, you see, the more you we say
because
these things, yeah, we talk
no, I'll tell you why, yeah, because I'll tell you why we need to ban it, because these kids are earning money off it, right? And they're flexing their money online to other kids, and don't forget, some of these kids are still at school. They're still at school and they're becoming big YouTube stars and shit like that, yeah, over chasing after man down the high street and running up in blocks and then going to school and bragging about it and bigging up the area and shit like that. So, bruv, it's a problem that I see that should be banned out.
Is there another side to this though, Natty, in the sense of, like, I'm gonna be honest here, I don't blame the kids for this reason. I think in life here, people are gonna take the chances that they see fit, that they think is gonna put them in a position to be winning, innit? And that's the reality. And a lot of these kids aren't given enough opportunities to be in positions where they're gonna feel like they're winning. Everyone's given the opportunity to work for it. And I ain't gonna say that.
Who's the role model?
Who's the role model that started? I was just gonna say, yeah, I'm not gonna say it's unfair to say that people should want to work for what they've got in it, you know, and put in a hard graft. But if a man knows that he can get an easy run by just being fuckeries, yeah, or he can go the hard route and, you know, go to school, go to college, go to uni, you know, work for however many years within a company, or, you know, take some path to, you know, eventually having enough equity to maybe then be able to retire, you know. He's got choices in it. Now, he didn't create those choices. He didn't make the world what it is, in it. It just so happens that we as people, we like to be very extreme, yeah, and we get it like it started in America, innit? When you look at the Americans, they started this extreme behavior, this over exaggerated behavior. I'm not even going to call it extreme. I'm going to call it over exaggerated. Very over exaggerated, and social media just exasperates that even further. So now, what people want to see, what makes good TV, is over exaggerated behavior, or taking things to a level where not everyone's going to go. Yeah. So, all right, a girl will go on Instagram and she will do her makeup. Yeah. And she just done makeup and put on clothes and she looks a bit pretty. Yeah. And she got a couple of likes. So a next girl said, nah, do you know what? I'm going to put on some tight clothing and make everything show. Everything's sticking out now. She got even more likes. Another girl said, you know what? I'm going to strip down to my bra and my knickers on Instagram and do the makeup and the hair. I'm going to stick my bum out and I'm going to just make everything show. She got even more likes. Yeah. And then the next girl, you know what she did, innit? So where we going with this? You know, one dude said, do you know what? He was on Instagram. He saw a little passer going on, threw up the camera, caught a little piece of the passer. Might have been someone got punched in the face or something happened. But it weren't that exciting, innit? Like, people liked it, innit? It got like 1,000 views or something and got some likes. Yeah. And
Good point.
next man,
No, that's a very
next man was involved in a passer. Yeah. And one of his people was directly involved in the passer and they're calling out everyone's names. And someone pulled a knife out. Someone might not have even got stabbed, but there was a knife involved. Now it's got more views.
I get your point.
Where
Like,
we
it does
going
go
with
to the
this, bro?
extreme, yeah. But
Where are we going
with this thing here, yeah, you see, when I was younger, right, I would say that around my area, we were the ones who kicked it off with like the garage, with like the MCing, with like traveling to different ends, getting into a bit of beef. Like, I would say, like, from where I live and like the people that I hanged around with, we were the ones who kind of set the way off to like start having pirate radio stations. Do you know what I mean? Like Hectic FM. We had Hectic, yeah. And like the way I see it is that okay, cool. We were kids doing this, yeah. It wasn't an adult thing, so there's no adult role models creating this type of music, right? This like drill music, yeah. It's all kid stuff, in it. Like if you look at it, it's kids in it, man. Pure kids, right?
Yeah, but it's the same from day one. What Mob Deep kids when they were doing it.
Yeah, no. And before that, okay, yeah, cool. Like you had like PYG,
What,
you had
Biggie, Tupac.
you had yeah. You had all that stuff.
They were all kids, you
yeah.
know. When you check it,
Don't
really,
get
they
me
were
wrong.
kids.
Yeah, but
For their young age, they were just doing well. It's a young
look at
man's
the
game.
look at the difference,
but
though. Go on, let me just jump in. You have to look at the difference, though, right? So, for example, look at Biggie's tunes when he busts and when he was commercial and his commercial music. Look at all those artists' commercial music. I understand what you're saying, you're a product of your environment. But the way I see it is this, innit? You've got a talent, yeah? Most of you, yeah? Or some of you, whatever you want to say, right? But you've got a talent, right? So why do you need to use that talent in that way? Because I'm going to maintain that whether it be the music or the people you're around, you will be influenced. Because if you're around friends that say, bro, man don't love no gal, so on and so forth, right? You're not gonna make songs about girls like Ja Rule. You're not gonna come out like Ja Rule and make bare girl tunes and smash the charts. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, do you know what
most.
No, let me finish. So what you're saying makes sense. What you're saying, I get what you're saying, but you're saying they don't have options and so on and so forth. But I'm gonna make sure that what you say in your tracks that you can opt. You could probably make more money from your music appealing to women.
Now, do you know what? You see what you're saying there? It does make sense when you're dealing with artistic minds. Yeah. Now, there was a time when music was only really being infiltrated by the artistic mind, didn't it? Like, do you feel where I'm coming from? There might have been a one or two people that slipped through the ranks, but maybe someone was writing for them, or maybe they just got lucky. Who knows? But you see, nowadays, you don't necessarily have to be so artistic with music. It's more about social media. It's more about what people know about you. If I can set a certain precedent, if I can, demonstrate a certain type of behavior, there's a certain crowd that's going to follow that behavior. It just so happens that the largest crowd are the people who follow the over exaggerated behaviors. Yeah, because majority of people are into over exaggerated. Hence, things like what's that? Them cartoons that with the adult behavior, like the Family Guy. That's why Family Guy is so popular. They love Eric Cartman because he takes it to the extreme. He just goes over the top.
No, but
And
this is
then
what I'm trying to say now. So people
that's
watch that stuff and laugh at it, but I say I like the comedians that take things to a limit. I
yeah,
like certain programs that take things to the limit, but it doesn't
yeah,
mean I'm gonna go out and behave outside of the limit. Do you get what I'm saying to you? So again, I
exactly.
don't think people want to see the extreme, but ultimately, you don't have to do the extreme. You still have a choice on what extreme you choose to do.
Until what happens is, what's the guy's name? What's the one who just come out of jail? Bobby
Oh, Bobby
Schmurder,
Schneider.
someone that.
Bobby
All
Schneider.
right. So until certain guys step into the game, what's the other one that's in jail right now? That he's not even a rapper. I swear he's a singer. What, I can't remember his name. Is it Melly or something? Melly, yeah, and something Melly. Yeah, man, are in jail for big murders. You understand? So now these rappers now, yeah, like I said, this all starts in America, innit? The Americans, they're very extreme with their behavior, very over the top, very over exaggerated, and they're trying to show face all the time, like from what I see of them anyway, like maybe not all Americans, but the ones who's in the media eye. Yeah. So, well, the rappers anyway. Let's just deal with rappers. Let's not talk about all of them. But as far as these rappers are concerned, it's a big thing to be doing what you're talking about in your lyrics. It's a big thing to them, innit? And to be
But
able
how
to
many of them?
demonstrate that and show that.
But how many of them are doing what they're talking about in their lyrics?
Well, the thing is now, yeah, even if they're not doing what they're talking about in their lyrics, they make it look very damn good when they're in their video. And if they're
So,
not doing it in their video, then they got an Instagram video with a bunch of goons and everyone's got guns. And, they might have went and hotted someone up. Someone might, it's like I said, it's that same theory that I started off with, like, someone done the Instagram video with someone getting slapped. Then someone had to do someone getting punched, and it's going to keep getting more and more over the top until we're going to see Instagram video with someone getting shot.
No. So here, what we've seen videos of people getting shot, right? I've seen
Exactly.
people getting shot. But
Exactly.
the point of these conversations happens is as long as we start saying, oh well, people want it. As long the longer we say people want to see it, people want to see it, people want to see it, the longer that it goes on. Now, you're talking about those extremes, yeah. Now I can think of other extremes that are in my head that would go even further, okay, and that are more damaging to different parts of the society, right? That will be even more damaging, okay, even more dangerous, even more damaging to people's futures. Okay, so to say, oh yeah, the extremes, at what point do we start talking about these extremes and start getting them stopped so that we can actually say, do you know what, do you know what I mean? Because you think about
I'll be honest with you.
people's first for extremity shouldn't be the reason why we continue doing things extreme like that.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think you can stop it for this reason. You see, the moment this social media thing came into play, the moment that Instagram and like Facebook was bad enough. Yeah, we had MySpace and Facebook. That was bad enough. Now you got Instagram, Snapchat. Like there's probably a rap chat, this chat, that chat. You understand? Like before you know it, this thing explodes. There's no stopping it. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? Because now you can't just talk anymore. We need to see it. So you can't be this guy no more talking about Christian Dior, rare, tete. You better be whatever that kid's name is, D Block Europe, because he can say Christian Dior and he's got it in the video, so they believe him. You understand? And that's all it comes down to now,
Yeah,
isn't it?
this is the
Like,
point. Like people are that's not extreme. That's living a myth.
what?
People are doing extreme things to live a myth, and then people are becoming popular about. People are becoming popular for talking about the extreme things that they've done to get where they are.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
but this is the thing. You get ones like that as well, where a man's extremity will be things like that, where a man will talk about is Christian Dior or is Louis Vuitton or whatever is extreme money he's spending. So you got the extreme money spenders, yeah. you got the extreme gangster, yeah, the extreme murderer, you got the extreme, I don't know, knife guy, do you know like that? And then you've got the extreme ladies man. Do you know what I'm trying to say? LL Cool J. And then you got like there's different versions in it, but it just so happens nowadays, for some reason, this whole gangster theme has become like the most popular. Everyone wants to be gangster.
All right, cool.
Everyone and their grandma. I don't
So
know,
you
but
mentioned,
personally.
you just mentioned someone just a minute ago, yeah? And this is interesting. It goes back to my point. You mentioned you get a ladies man, yeah? LL Cool J. How long's LL Cool J been married?
He's been married a long time still.
So I'm gonna say, like I maintained before, a lot of people, and there's a vast majority, in my opinion, that are rapping about things they don't and never have done. So what?
We don't know that with LL though, man.
No, but what is the purpose? This is the point. Listen, it doesn't matter. He's talking about something on the surface, and everyone's attributing something to him. Now I can. Say that again.
I swear when his wife split up or something like that, or she cussed him out, something happened. Don't you remember when he done that tune? And he's talking about sexing the girl.
Doing it. Doing it
right, doing it. Hey, he got in trouble.
Yeah, but he got in trouble. That's not. You know what I mean? That's not cheating or being.
But we don't know though. Like, you know, some people, they're good at keeping their stuff like under wraps in it. We don't know if he was doing it and doing the rounds. We don't really know in it. But obviously we know he's married, innit? Like, but then the same way Will Smith is married. Maybe that one's just a bit more public. We know a little bit more about them, innit? But LL, we don't know him. I don't know, man. I don't think his family life is in the public eye like that. Whereas,
you see Will Smith's kids, right? You see Will. Yo, take over, yeah. You see Will Smith's kids, yeah. When I heard about what was going on inside their house, right, about sex parties, dad sleeping with this person, mum sleeping with this people, orgies, all this mad stuff, right? No wonder the kids, right, have come out saying, like, no, like, you can honestly see that these kids are like looking for their parents to like crying for attention, saying, look, you guys are so fucked up here that we're going to be so fucked up that we're going to beg for your attention. And this is like, I think this is a prime example of bad parenting. Like, you could chuck the kids everything they want in the world, but for your son to start acting up like that, being emotional, you're like, and then when you find out what's going on inside the house, man, no wonder why. Like the kid wanting to be a pansexual or trans, whatever he wants. No wonder why. No fucking wonder why, man.
But then what happens is everything that he does is documented for all and sundry. Do you know what I'm saying? With no filter. And then people are doing what? People are feeling like, see how you can see certain things or believe certain things based on what you see. Other people are going to do that. And some people are going to feel, what's the word I'm looking for? Some people are going to feel like they have something in common with them. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Some people are going to, that's what's going to happen. So then people are going to say, oh, do you know, I've lived this. And that's what they're going to do. Naturally, you're going to feel that person's walk and so on and so forth. So in some aspects, you're going to be like, you know, it's the same as that thing of the doctors online and people Googling symptoms now and coming out and be like, oh my God, I'm going to die in 3 weeks because they've Googled some symptoms to something and don't have a clue. And it's the same thing.
I mean, look at that. I mean, if you were the two kids, right, you'd be thinking, wow, look at my parents. Everybody loves them. They're squeaky clean. Like, I thought these two were like squeaky clean, like amazing couple, yeah. And they've given us Bentleys, they've given us Rolex, they've given us Disneyland. We can have anything we want, but we can't have our parents perfect parents because they're not. Because now they're starting to, or what's happened in the past with whatever happened with like Tupac and or whatever, all this shit, what they might have been doing in Hollywood, has finally caught up on them. Maybe Will Smith's not because he's younger than her, innit?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
at the time, maybe she thought, oh, I got to keep pretty to keep his ass. I need to keep pretty to keep his ass, yeah. And maybe she's probably felt like a piece of shit most of her life. Maybe she's always felt like, oh, it's Will's the big person, and I'm lucky to have him. And then Will's probably like swang it about, you know,
I
because
Mm.
don't
he
know,
made a
man. I disagree, you know, Natty. I disagree,
I
bro.
don't
You
know
gotta
about his figuring it
understand.
about. I don't know about his figuring it about.
Yeah,
No,
yeah. No, but
you
he what
know.
I'm gonna say, though. You have to understand where these two people are at in their lives, innit? Like, you know, when they
Mm,
become married, innit? Like, these are both Hollywood success stories. Let's be honest, innit? So either way, the two of them, yeah, are a force to be reckoned with. Yeah, because on their own, just one of those two people, yeah, is a force to be reckoned with. So you put them two together, it's like a business deal. That's how I look at it. That and maybe it's not a business deal. Maybe they did love each other, or maybe I don't really know, innit? I don't want to over guess it because I don't know them, innit? But I would say this, you know, it seems that a lot of these Hollywood marriages, like where, you know, big movie stars are getting together, which I find quite weird anyway, because you know, you probably grew up around people and had people you've been around and known for however long, and you get to know a person, innit? Like all of these Hollywood people, they're all fake. It's all acting. So anything you saw of them, half of it, I'd find it hard to believe. But if they've done it, to me, it's some kind of arrangement. They've done it for a reason, innit? More than just, you know, love, if that makes sense. Because
So
their
how could
kids are
you?
going to be looked after.
Yeah, but how could you then say that you don't believe the Hollywood stuff, but then be like, okay, when I say to you that most of those rappers that are rapping about certain things don't do it, and you'd believe that they would be. I'd say it's all.
No, I don't.
I
No, you
think
see, when
I
you
think
say they're
most
not
of
doing,
it's smoke and mirrors, and I think that obviously people put on a persona, and this is why social media is dangerous. Because get back to the point you said, outside of the
yeah,
extremities, people only see the picture and the caption, right? They don't
that's
see
right.
the honesty of, do you know what it took for me to get this picture? You know, the
That's
girl that's
right.
put those pictures that you talked about ain't said, you know what, I woke up feeling like shit. I had spots on my face. I spent 45
Mm,
minutes in the mirror, flipping, putting on
yeah,
this and this. And, you know, I felt shit about my skin and my stomach's not as flat as I'd like it to be. And so I'm really sucking in my stomach in the picture and I'm pushing my
no, but
bum
I
out
agree with you.
because I feel insecure about my bum. So I have to stick it out a little bit more to make it look like it's got shape. And I'm using this cam. Nobody's going to write that. Are they really? People are
No, they're
going
not going to
to say
write that, bro. But bro, you're right in the sense of like, because I totally agree with you. I think that a slight misinterpretation was that, you know, I didn't understand it where I do in the sense of what I actually said. I said, the way that these Americans will make it look in their video, it will look like he's the cruddiest guy on the planet. They make things look a certain way. Like, and I honestly think certain times man could be picking victims, like a man could have even staged an event, staged something that happened. So I'm trying to say to make things look a certain way.
but
Because
back
man
to
are
the
trying to create an image of themselves.
music thing though. So basically, if we can ascertain and we can see that actually certain aspects of social media are pushing certain behaviors and certain things are becoming popular through social media, um, we have to like see that the things that are becoming that we don't want in society. We don't want our young people getting stabbed up and killed on the streets. We don't want that. We don't want nobody wants their son to be going out to go and meet a girl and then all of a sudden you're getting chased down by something because they think you're from other block that you don't know nothing about. That's
acting
craziness.
like big man.
Acting like so. So
Yeah, these kids are acting like big man, you know, bro.
why should we be making that behavior popular in any kind of way? And
No, but
that's the
we're not
question
making
that
it
Yeah.
popular. We're not
no,
making it
but
popular.
I'm talking
That
about the mainstream
Shifa,
music.
I hear what you're saying, yeah. Shifa, I hear yeah.
Go on, Natty, go on, Natty.
Yeah, no, I hear what Shifa was saying. Like a girl could like be doing her makeup, she could be doing this, doing that, yeah. Like, but bro, I thought like when you're having a war or beef with people, this is why like I don't know if this is the story like if LA Crips and all this stuff, but this is why they started doing like sound clashes, yeah, so that you don't have to go out in the street and stab somebody or beat somebody, yeah. Like Chipmunk was saying, I just use my my words as my sword. I don't need to go around. That's the easiest way, bro. Because if I start killing people, yeah, you're gonna glamorize me. And worship me for killing somebody? Are we sick in the head?
Yeah, in America they had the crunk music as well. Was it
That's
the
murder
dance?
money, bruv. That's blood
Dancing
money.
stuff, yeah.
Yeah, and that's blood money.
Yeah, the thing is though, in all of that, don't get me wrong, yeah, some people are going to adhere to it. You know, some of the artists, the people who really want to be artists, they're going to adhere to it. You have to understand what this music game has become nowadays, isn't it? Some people don't want to be artists, they just want the money. It's just a job to them. To them, it's just a ticket. It's just, do you know what?
Yeah.
I can get some quick money out of this.
Sell out.
No one really, they don't really care about music like that. All they care about is what music can do for them. They don't care about being artistic. They don't care about, you know, making something that is going to be revered for the next however many years. They just care about the quick success. If I can get a quick flipping hit out of this, and, you know, my song can play on the radio, and, you know, I can go on tour, and, you know, I'll be the next Eddie One, or I'll be the next Captain Conan. You understand? That's how they look at it. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Do you know what's interesting?
Say your daughter comes home with someone who's murdered someone, like a drill artist who's rapped about it and saying, yeah, I sprayed him all over the pavement. He was leaking. I saw his mama come over. She started crying. She started getting like, can you imagine that, bruv? Like, she's bringing home a murderer, right? And your daughter's like, oh yeah, dad, this is Jonathan. Oh, yeah. You're right, big man. Bruv, I'm not feeling comfortable with that.
I hear you, yeah, but you have to understand what's actually going on out there now. These kids, they might not necessarily be murderers, but they understand, you know, since certain things have come into play and since certain rappers have come out, you know, the likes of a 50 Cent has dominated the industry. The likes of, you know, Top Boy being on the TV, XYZ. Like, these kids, they want to be that guy. You know, they see that as, you know.
So what about the victims? What about the victims? What about the mothers, the victims? What about them? What about them who've got to live through it all?
I feel sorry for them, but I just think that at the end of the day, you know, we can't stop what's popular from being popular unless we can get our kids to, you know, be into something else. That's what we'd have to do. We have to change the mindset of the kids and make them think something else is more beneficial to them. Now, you know, in the sense of when you say banning the music and X, Y, and Z, I think banning anything, especially when it comes to things like music, is going to popularize it more. That's my honest opinion. But I think, you know, if they created more opportunities for the youth to be artistic, especially youths that, you know, fit into the dynamic of the drill, yeah, then, you know, some of those youth are going to take up those opportunities. But without those opportunities being readily available, who am I to say to the next up and coming drill artist, stop doing fuckeries and stop making drill, when his drill song, yeah, where he's doing all the F3s, and, you know, maybe it did involve some real stuff. Maybe they did do some foolishness on Instagram and get themselves arrested, but he got millions of views. And now he's got his millions of views. By the time he came out of jail, he was that guy everyone was talking about. So now he's on the radio, they love him, he's got his fire in the booth, and he's making a little money now. He's getting a little payment out of it now. Before you know it, he got signed and he's Digga D. I don't know. But at the end of the day, who am I to stop him from getting to where he's going? You know, if he sees that as a path, if he sees prison as his university, who am I to stop him, bro? Like, I can't dictate where they're gonna go. I can only say to them, you know, I don't think that's the right way to go. But if there's no other opportunity to contrast,
you can't stop him, but we could stop the next generation. We could stop the next thought of that thought process that happening.
No, but the next generation, listen, the next generation are him. That's what you have to understand. There's no difference. They're all the same, innit? All generations are the same. You got the bad boy in each generation. You got the good boy. You got the nerd. You got the different dynamics in each generation. Now, in each generation, everyone's going to want to be a star. Everyone's going to want to be the guy who stood out. Everyone's going to be the one who had life easy and drives Lambos and just jumps on stages and gets paid for it. Everyone wants to be that guy. Now, if that particular guy happens to be 50 Cent at this given time, then all of the kids coming up now are going to be like, you know what? I'm going to be like him. That's what's going to make me popular. I'm going to talk that how to rob you talk. I'm going to talk that gangster talk.
I just think it's a shame. You know, Bobby
It is a
Smurder,
shit.
yeah, is an asset to America, yeah. Just think how much of it, because he makes America money. I mean, that's why they've let him out, because he's just gonna make them money. That's all it's about. Something stupid. How many views on YouTube has he got? How many, like, bruv, ridiculous. And they're
And what's his
letting
song?
him
What's
out.
his song about? What's his biggest song about? He caught a body about a week ago. So you got to understand, man caught a body about a week ago, was doing numbers, yeah. But a man came out with a nice song, a little sweet boy song, and it weren't really doing, it weren't saying nothing. You understand? Or a man came out with a song and he was talking about Anunnaki or something, some kind of thing to educate your mind or to open your mind to something new. You know, no one weren't hearing it, yeah, because those are extremities too. Yeah, we could go into we could just talk religious talk. That's an extremity. Do you know, like that? Everything's an extremity if we only do that
No,
one
but
thing.
bro, I think again, we can't point the finger at other things to say that's an extremity, that's an extremity, that's an extremity.
No, no, not pointing the finger.
Let
I
me
just
finish.
mean
Let
in the
me
sense
finish. Let
of
me
there
finish.
are other extremities you can
Yeah,
use.
but let me
So
finish. Let me finish. Let
go
me finish. Let me finish because you have spoke for a while, yeah. And I'm saying we cannot use these extremity stuff, right? We cannot say we can't sit down and say, oh, it's not going to change, so we're just going to be like, okay, it's just going to be that then. So what then? Again, so what do we do then? We just let the extremities continue then till what?
no,
So
no,
wait. So let's go to it. Let's talk about the extremities. I didn't want to, but let's talk
yeah,
about the extremities that we could potentially be seeing then. All right,
yeah,
potentially, yeah. We could be
yeah,
seeing people being raped online.
yeah.
Mm.
That's the extremities. We can't be sitting here saying it's not going to change. It has to flipping change.
You're right though, but
You have
I'm
to.
just saying you see in one sense, Moshe, like I said, with the music stuff, as far as like, you know, the social media, the makeup or whatever, I'm not interested in that, or you know, people who just put out mad videos. But the music side, I think my personal opinion is that the only way we're going to see change is when there's opportunities created for people to be creative. Because if you look at for instance, on different types of music. Let me give you a good example so that I don't mess this up. Like classical music, then. So within classical music, there's going to be opportunities for people to play in orchestras, play in bands, whatever, bam, 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 where they can eat a food, regardless of what's going on with the mainstream, the radio. Do you feel where I'm coming from? But this isn't a contemporary art when we're talking about drill, when we're talking about rap, full stop. Do you feel where I'm coming from? So there isn't a lot of opportunities created in it. You have to create your own opportunity, really. And you know, the actual craft itself was established in the street, just like street dancing. It was established in the street, you know, with where the cruddy people hang out and the gangsters and whoever. So, you know, they played a major part in it. You know what I'm trying to say? And I think that it's not a surprise. It's got a lot of these elements in there. But, you know, I would like to see some of it, you know, be taken out. I think that I don't think I don't think it's logical for it to disappear completely. I just think that the way it's popularized is unhealthy, and it shows an unhealthy way of thinking within society where we're quite extreme as people. We're quite over the top.
So
Let's
so
be honest.
so again, like I said to you, then. So seeing that so you can admit that there needs to be some kind of change, some kind of filter on what's coming through, right? And I can maintain, yeah, if people like the music, I'd maintain that you don't necessarily have to be talking about being a Christian or being a Muslim or being anything righteous. You don't have to talk about history and anarchy. You don't have to talk about that. You can make, you know this, bro, because you and I have made these tunes before on plenty of occasions. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, and all it takes is
Mm.
what? All it takes is what? A little bit of what? Intelligence, life
Mm.
experience. If you don't,
Intelligence.
if what's popular in by today's standards is to not know about love or want to feel love or be in love and and all those kind of things, yeah. I'd maintain that those young people are not going to be looking for it, so they're not going to be able to speak or rap or anything about it. Do you get what I'm saying? I was listening to her to not listening. So I'm driving and the radio's on, and there's two lines that I heard in I don't know if it was 2 tracks or 1 track, but one track was about a young man, and I'm not sure who it was, but he was talking about I don't believe in love, but I got time for you. And he's talking about if I can't afford that bag, I'll lick one for you, and so on and so forth, right? And I'm like, now some young girl, her aspirations of a man has changed hearing that. Do you get what I'm saying? What she wants in a man might change hearing those lyrics, depending on how you can influence you by that music. Do you get what I'm saying? So now, she ain't going to be looking no man if he ain't prepared to go out and teeth that bag for her. So now that young man is going to go out and look for a young woman, and he's going to go and speak to her and say, yo, what's happening, sister? Yeah, right, so on and so forth. And she's going to say, yo, you're going to teeth that bag for me if I want it. And he's going to say, what are you talking about? I work a 9 to 5. You know what I'm saying? I work a 9 to 5. Or I go to college and I do this. Do you know what I'm saying? So it is something, like I said, my point, I think, still stands in that sense that we have to change what's popular, and we can't be seen, or in fact, not we can't be seen, we just can't be letting.
Yeah, but then it goes back to why is what's popular, and if there's a reason why it's popular, how do we utilize that reasoning to depopularize it, and is that possible? To an extent where, like, for instance, like, let me just give you an example. I would say it's not probably the healthiest thing, to play computer games all the time, or to play a lot, full stop. Do you know what I'm trying to say? But you notice that there's billions of people around the world with these computer systems, and they're playing computer games. Now, how do I get them all off of the game? I have to work out why it is that they're playing the game, because half of the things you're doing in the game, we could do in real life. Now, I understand that in real life, half of the majority of the things you're doing in the game, you haven't got access to in real life. I get that. So, it's now more difficult to take the game away, because if I take the game away, are you going to go and look for those things in the real world? And now we're going to see Call of Duty in the streets? Or are you going to flip in, find some other, means around it? Do you have the means? Do you have the money to facilitate something else? Do you know where I'm coming from?
Why is it? But why should it be down to? But why should it be down to other people to change your behavior?
Well, not my behavior. Change their behavior.
The thing in it, there's people out there that have less options, less advantages than the young men or the young people that are making the music that we're talking about, and they don't go out there and behave or sing about and make popular the same kind of behaviors. So
rob somebody's life to make money.
You know what I'm saying?
They rob somebody's life to make money.
So I understand Natty's. Listen, Natty's. It's interesting because I set the topic from last week, and obviously over the last week something's happened that's close to Natty. Okay, so he's on the panel at the minute, and I can hear his passion in the situation, and I can hear how he feels, because I can look at it and say to myself, do you know what? You're saying we don't have options in what we do. Maybe, but I can still say that there's young men out there that will get a trial for a semi-pro team or a League 2 team, right, and not go because it's not Chelsea, it's not Man U, and it's not them teams.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? So for some reason, there is a disconnect in the story between me making it or them making it and the bloody hard work that went into making it. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Now, what making popular a story of, I just on the road and I sold food, and man tried it, and man shanked him, and then boom, man came to rapping, and that was it. Like, come on, man. The story has to flipping change, man. It has to change.
I'm 100%
motion for my platform. When we was growing up, my platform, I'm telling you, lads, my platform was so close to in my hands of me being where I wanted to be. It was that close. All I had to do was just put in the work. All I had to do was say, I'm gonna turn up to Rinse FM. Yeah, I'm gonna put in that work. That's all I had to do was just trap. But you know what it was? Just smoking, and I didn't take it far. But we had a platform that wasn't controlled by the media. I had a platform that people would hear my name on the radio, be texting in saying, "Yo, shout out to MC Natty, blah blah blah, or MC Dread, blah blah blah." Like, I'd have platforms like that, and I would be able to make it on my own without thinking, "Oh, I need to be on MTV or Top of the Pops or looking in that direction." No,
Yeah, but what
these
about the
kids
kid
have
that ain't got access
these.
to that?
No, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say to you. Yeah, when we was looking at hip hop before, you know, like hip hop, I was always looking at over America. Yeah, I never used to think there was anything here for us. Yeah, but then you see when the MCing started coming in, yeah,
Mm.
I started seeing people around me started becoming like, I'm all right. Let me just say famous, in it, known, well known, like getting paid to
Mm.
turn up here, getting paid to turn up there, like going to Batchwood, entering competitions at Batchwood, winning £1,000 with your boys and stuff like that. Like, we saw opportunities like where you didn't have to be like waiting for that big chance. Like, we could see it, like Social Crew, you could see it, like Pay As You Go, you could see it. Certain people, you could see it. Teach Strider, you could see it. Just up, making their way all through the ranks, putting in that work, making your music videos. And now these youths nowadays, that's what I'm trying to say. They're doing that, but they're kids, right? And they're managing big money, and they're acting like adults, you know. They're acting
Can
like
I ask you a
adults.
question on that?
Big ass
Can I ask you a
grown men.
question, Natty? Let me ask you a question, Natty, please. You see, when you was growing up, did you grow up with your mum and dad?
Yeah, I grew up with my mum.
With just mum. All right. But I'm just gonna say now, yeah. So what about the kid that never grew up with no parents? Yeah. And then maybe didn't have no, like, or the kid that flipping had the wrong trainers, you know, he just came from a really broke background, you know, he always came in smelling funny, or, you know, just looked weird. You know, then kids that got bullied and then might have even got bullied into doing things for people, and then eventually got bullied so much until they became the bully, until they found a way to not be bullied, which was to be the bully. You know what I'm trying to say? Or, you know, the kid where,
Yeah.
you know, he used to rob every day. He used to get the other kids bullying him in school or whatever, you know, take away his things because he's got.
Yeah,
Do you
well, that's why
understand?
the
And then it
biggest
turned
bully
him
I
mad,
had was my
you
mum.
know? And
That was
then
the
it was
biggest
that
bully I
behavior
had, was my mum
stopped
and my
them
parents.
from bullying him. So I think honestly, this is some of the reasons why some of these kids, you know, they're gonna hear, but they're not gonna hear it. You know, like that.
Yeah. Yeah, but I had strict bringing, man. I had to learn about sacrifice and all that. I didn't get, you know what? Yeah, I didn't get my first pair of proper designer trainers till I was in like year 8. Like, brought for me. You get what I'm trying to say? So obviously I had to be humble. You know what I
But
mean?
it's
Like,
all
I'm
peer
glad for
pressure,
like
though,
my
isn't it?
upbringing. I'm glad for what they showed me, because I understand what the importance of life is, isn't it?
Yeah, but not, it's all peer pressure at the end of the day. You see me, I was a child when I was growing up here. I felt really good about myself. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. My mother made me feel really good about myself. So I didn't feel no way. If I came out of my house and everyone was in Nike trainers and they laughed at my shoes, I didn't care because I liked my shoes. Do you understand? I was happy with who I was. I was happy with what I had. I had a certain amount of strength that was
Yeah.
instilled in me. So for the children who don't have that amount of strength instilled in them, that are going to fall to the wayside and fall victim to the bullying and to the torment and to the oppression of other children, because children are cruel, you know. You have to remember this, yeah? So those children there, that's where you're going to get these situations arising from, where a man, you know what, there was a little group of guys that hang around on the corner, and, you know, they started talking to him, and he done them a couple of favors. Before he knew it, he thought they were his best friends, because now no one wants to mess with him no more. Everyone shows him respect now, because if anyone tries to bully him now, he's got a whole bunch of goons that will run up on you. And that's where it is. Like, I look at it like that. Like, these are real life situations that people are in, and then they want to talk about them. You understand? These are real, what's the word? These are real scenarios that are happening every single day. And a man might have found himself on the wrong end of it too many times and then decided to be the other guy. Do you feel where I'm coming from? Or it
But
might
you
have
know,
just been
like,
that amount.
you see, like,
There's so
you're a
many
father,
reasons.
yeah? like you're a father, like you you yourself must try to keep up to date with all like the madness, what's going on in the world, right? And especially like if something happens around your area, maybe once you might say to your son or daughter, you might say, listen, this happened, yeah, just watch where you're going. And but then if it's keep on happening, I would definitely be like on their, I don't know, I don't think I'd let them out, man. I'd
Yeah, but
just definitely
they're
be on their
supposed to be
case.
showing. Look, they're supposed to be telling us now, innit? It's a young man's game. They know what's going on, innit? Like when you're talking about Instagram and Snapchat, I don't know the first thing. I don't know what's going on. Like I know a little bit like that. But these young little kids, they will tell you the ins and outs of it. They know the full logistics and the use of it. So they're growing up in a generation where, they go on the internet and everyone's broke at one time. Like everyone's had those days where you're with your mates, you was all broke. You were struggling to get a tenner together so you could all buy one drawer to share it, like that, on a weird one. And then you go on Instagram, yeah. But then you go on Instagram, yeah, and you see a next you who goes to your school or go to the school down the road, and these men have got peas. These men are buying big, like they got big Zeds and them thing there, building up big zoogies, like nose tobacco and them stupidness there, stunting on man, just going on with stupidness. And then you're thinking like, how are they doing all of that? It's not right. And then one day you catch a whiff of how they're doing it. They start to understand, okay, well, that guy there, he works for this guy and this guy's gangster and he gets all of this and he gets that. And, he gives it to this guy and this guy gives some to that guy and everyone's making money. Now you want to be part of it. It might not be something like that. It might be, these guys are robbers. They might just be robbery guys and you got inspired by robbers. So now you're Robin Hood. In your mind, at the time, you're Robin Hood, innit? You're going around robbing all these people. Now, okay, it's hurting people. It's doing all of these bad things to other people's lives. But in these kids' minds, they are Robin Hood. Do you understand? That's how you got to look at it. And when you look at it like that, that's where the problem stems from. Because I can put on any number of movies, yeah, and show you any number of these gangster films. And that's exactly how a man are living, like they can't do nothing wrong. In their eyes, everything they done was okay, as long as they stuck to certain rules, to the rules of the game. It's Robin Hood, isn't it? Like, I don't know. And I think it's twisted, it's demented, it does need fixing. But how do we fix something where, people they're clearly not seeing it as a problem?
But people can see it as a problem. That's what I'm trying to say. The other lyric that was addressed that I wanted to talk about that I heard in the song, and again, to be fair, me hearing the song was timely, just for the discussion, right? And he basically said, if you take away the drill music, what do you want me to do? Go back to the roads? And for me, it is the most immature response. The most immature response to that suggestion. How about you're now popular? You've now, what you spoke about later on in the tune was actually, if you die, you left plenty for your children. So your goal has now been met. Yeah, your goal has now been met. So if it was to go, why wouldn't the natural thing to say is, well, do you know what? I will try my arm or chance it doing something different in the music.
Because what
So
will happen?
let me finish. So I will use the same drill beats, but I will talk about something else. I will still use the same kind of wordplay. I will still use certain things. I can even make certain references, but not talk about it the same way. I can be intelligent with it. Do you get what I'm
see
saying?
what's going to happen though, Mosh? What's going to happen is you'll do that move there and try to be a role model. All right, you're Stormzy now. You're being a role model now. You're going to make a tune. You're going to talk about God and stuff and talk about some good stuff.
Why does
And
it have
now,
to be that extreme?
it don't have to be. I'm just saying, like, I'm just giving him as an example, innit? But once you've done that, now it's gonna kind of, I don't know, like street credibility is a big thing within this hip hop, drill, grime, music industry. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So once that's depleted, now it's like you're not. I believe that a lot of guys are scared that they're gonna kill their career that way. That's the truth. And then if your career was built on that, for instance, you see like what's the guy's name back in the day? Like a Mark Morrison, Return of the Mac. Yeah. that tune has played from then till now. It's still playing. You still hear it on the radio at a certain time. If you go on the Capital Extra or something, you hear Return of the Mac, yeah. But what you'll notice is, yeah, I don't really know any other Mark Morrison tunes, you know. If he had another tune that was similar, that was as big. But that's what these men do. They try and make the similar vibe. Like once they come with that vibe once, they try and come with the same vibe 10 times. Look at Jodeci. Like I'll Cry For You. There's about 10 songs that sound like it. He sound like he's crying on every tune. Let's be honest.
No, but you have to understand. You have to understand though. Like again, there's a big difference between someone like Jodeci and talking about someone like Jodeci, yeah, and those kind of artists to talking about like what Natty's talking about. Like somebody is dying, people are dying, young men are losing their lives, some innocent, some not so innocent, but young men are losing their lives. Some men are losing their lives for 25 years, they're going to prison. Do you understand
And
what
some
I'm
people
saying?
just don't care that, but most they don't care, innit?
Yeah,
They
I
look at
get
it like
that,
this.
but they do
As long
listen.
as they're getting
They do
paid.
care. They do care. That's the whole point. They
Why do
do.
you say they do care when,
They
like,
do care.
most? Think about it like this: a man who went, not a man, a child of, between the age of say 15 to 25, then yeah, and even 25, you're not really a child, but I'm still gonna say you're a young man, innit, or a young woman, yeah. So you've gone out and you've got beef with someone, you found them, you've decided to film it, you decided to seriously injure them, stab them, murder them on camera. That person, to me, they don't care. They ain't got no sense of consequence. Like they haven't even thought about that. They probably have thought about consequence, but they're happy to live with the consequence because, as far as they're concerned, they're Robin Hood, innit? They've taken the law into their own hands and they're self-righteous.
You think they don't care?
I don't believe they don't care in the sense of they're just gonna go out and kill everyone in the street. But once they know who their ops are, they've lost that sense of care. That I don't give a fuck kind of attitude.
No, but what I'm
Literally.
saying is they care. They care about something. And if they care about something, no matter how small, no matter what, how we might see it, there's something they care about. Now, I will maintain, and I will argue that that same thing, the amount that you care about that thing, you can care about something else equally, like someone else's life.
I
Do you
hear
get
you,
what
but
I'm
I don't know for some of these kids, man. Like you see some people, yeah, like for instance, like we all grew up with a family structure, yeah. Now, I know some people who didn't grow up with a family structure when we was growing up, and I know they were some of the worst ones. Do you know, like that?
saying?
And
And
they
some
were
of the
some of the
worst,
most easily influenceable.
and some of
Not
the
all
worst
of them.
ones, some of the worst ones I know, some of the worst ones I know, did have the family structure
Yeah, that
and
as well.
had a family structure that was set so that was like, yo, this is the family, this is what we do, and this is it. You don't deal with rare tear, you don't do, and that's that.
What
Do you get
about the
what I'm
ones
saying?
who come from gangster families, though?
But that's what I'm trying to say to you. You could turn around and say there's people that don't come from what is classified as a broken family in terms of not having mum and dad there. There's people that grew up with both of them, but dad was on his
Yeah,
crud too.
yeah,
Do you get what I'm saying? And uncle was on his crud, and that's what it was. It was just a crud thing. But the point is, like, again, you can look. I look at it like this, yeah. There's people that have set examples on how you can do it. Now you might not be LL Cool J Stormzy headlining in that sense, but you can be, for example, your Ryan Leslie, that kind of person level where you're still very, very well off, and using your ability to do certain different things. I still maintain that, and the point I was making is about this kind of behavior is popular, and not and making it not be popular, and making other behaviors popular. That's the key for me. And if and we have to understand that the avenues like music, like TV, etc., they do actually bring in people into that lifestyle and that limelight and that think that it's the right thing to do. Like, you know this, bro. Look at the area that you live. The amount of knife crime and young people carrying knives and behaving a certain way has literally risen through the roof since certain music become popular. And you walk down the street and every little youth, and coming from where I come from or where I grew up, I'm looking at them like, yo, this blow hole, we are do. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like,
Mhm.
you don't even know this life, man. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm
Yeah, but
saying?
then is there a point, bullshit, where it's like, how can I explain this? Like, so certain elements of society are always going to exist in it. Yeah. Now, for me to say to a man, all right, you're using one element of society to get big, you could use another element of society to get big. Is that to an extent questioning the intelligence of, you know, these youth who are who are making these transitions through that life and with that type of music? And then to an extent, in questioning their intelligence, is it going to be harder to question a man's intelligence when his pattern of behavior, the actual formula that he's using, works, and it's worked for numerous people?
So because you like to use these out there extreme comparisons, yeah. How about this then? What if I was to then say, what about the young man who, in every relationship he's been in, has been abusive, manipulative, etc., etc., and he feels that works, and when he's ready, he ends his relationships because he's got something else lined up, and he can bounce from one to the next because he can manipulate and make someone else seem like the bad person, and to him that always works.
I
That
say
it
everything
doesn't
has
it doesn't make
consequence.
it. The point is the point. So I will, and I think I think I can say that I have the right to say, okay, there's certain things. Okay, it's like that kind of music now. Yeah, that used to be the albums. That used to be on the albums, not the singles that were released. That's the big things.
No,
You
but
get what I'm saying?
I'd say, you know, bro, I'd say that everything has consequences, isn't it? So everything is a fact of life. Like, what's the guy's name? The rapper that died not too long ago. Yeah, and the man's name, his name Pop Smoke. Imagine his name's Pop Smoke. Yeah, and he's out there talking crud. He's on his drill, whatever he's on, and you get killed. Do you understand? And then we hear it's all gang related, rare tear, and all this social media news and whatever else that's going on. But the fact of the matter is, you know, like, it makes it more real for them, innit? Like, for these other ones that's coming up now, like, you know what, Pop Smoke, he really was popping smoke because he got popped. Do you understand? And, you know, this is real, man, are really about this life. He's not just talking. Do you understand?
But the man
And
them that
that's
are
what
about
makes
this
them work.
life, this is the thing about it. The man them that are about this life, how many of them are in the music game?
I don't know.
This is what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm trying to say to you. Are you hearing people go out there and say, "Yeah, I pop smoke"?
I don't know, man. I don't know nothing. All I know is he's
But this
that.
is what I'm trying to say. But this is the part I'm trying to say to you. Like, this is
Oh,
what I'm saying to you. When a man's going out and saying, "Yeah, man, done this and that to him, and rare, man left him in this, and man's mum's this, and so on and so forth," yeah, understand that the people that are talking about it in some aspects are not, and that's what I said. There's a lot. I'm not going to say there's all of them because there's some that do, yeah. But I'm not. But there's some that literally don't, and so they're using and manipulating, yeah, and using something and continuing to make something popular, or to continue to in some ways worship or push forward a
come on,
certain
man. That,
type of
I
action or behavior.
100%, 100%. Like, the perfect example of what you're talking about would be the snitch rapper, Snitch Nine. Yeah, because you think Snitch Nine, like, he was talking like he was about that life. He was the wickedest guy in the world. He was the devil as far as his music was concerned. But then, you know, when it came to real life, you know, he was Snitch Nine, and he sent like the real demons to jail, or the real bad boys. You understand? So, you know, there is a lot of controversy surrounding, like you said, like people coming out with a certain rhetoric, but not really being about it, and just maybe being able to present themselves a certain way where people tend to believe them. Yeah.
but then there is always going to be the real element there as well. And I suppose if a person isn't in a position financially or logistically, as far as the people around them, to make it seem like they're that type of person, then, you know, they're going to try and certify themselves some other way. And I think to an extent, yes, it is partly to blame that goes to the youth who's doing it, but part of the blame goes to the industry for making that. What other opportunities are out there for them? How else are they going to get in? How else was he going to become Pop Smoke if he didn't pop some smoke? If there was like, you know, a hip hop academy where you can go to the hip hop academy and you know what, there's a theater and there's things associated with it where you can eat food without having to go down that road and still become popular. And, you know, you could still be, you know, on that same kind of level that Pop Smoke's on, or, you know, whoever else, like Gigs or whoever, you know, then, like I said, I believe some of these youth will be taking out that opportunity if there was opportunities set there for their dynamic to fall into. But there ain't no opportunity. The only way in, yeah, as far as this industry is concerned now, is, I don't know, maybe you go and sell out, or you do some gangster stuff and you do some social media and it gets you into the game. And that's the logistics of how they've been doing it for, you know, this period where we're seeing all of these stabbings and it being popularized, man talking about the stabbing in the song or talking about the crime they did in the song. Yeah. Now, if the industry knows this, for instance, now, yeah, if this is known by the government that this is going on, you know, people are killing each other to get into the music industry and then becoming successful of it and eating food off of it. Like the government, really, that's who the onus lies with it. Don't lie with us. The government's in control, in it. The same way, like the 50 Cent Ja Rule beef, you know, I'd imagine at some point the government had to intervene, whether it be the police, whoever, some government body had to intervene in it. Someone must have started saying something, you know, like that, for it to have been dissolved. Otherwise, it would have just went on forever. But remember, that's just one scenario between two people. What about the other 1,000 scenarios going on out in the street? But all of these kids just trying to get into the game. They ain't got the manpower for that.
No, but that's the whole point, though. Like, and you mentioned it. Like, the industry is pushing the music. The radio stations is what's playing it. So yeah, you know, is a young man monopolizing? Is he to blame for monopolizing what's open to him? To get himself out of the situation that he feels he's in. Again, that's the other question, and that's why we discuss these things, because there's always going to be the discussion. Is going to add other elements to our thinking if we're open in our thinking, and so
Yeah.
we're going to look at different things. And that's why I brought up the line that the young man brought up, right, saying that if you take away the music, do you want me to go back to drilling? And whilst I think that it's not as the man I am now and a grown man, as whilst I think it's not the option, that it shouldn't be the first option that you think of, because now you've got a foot in the door. Okay, and if they take the music, you still have the beats and you still have singers you can duet with and so on and so forth. So yeah, there are still other options, but at the time, so that's why I say about the immaturity in that sense, in terms of not actually thinking about what other options are possible and not actually putting that forward as to say, do you know what, I'm now in this position. I kind of have, whether you see it as responsibility or not, I guess I would, and maybe other people would. Maybe some people don't feel like they have that responsibility, but some people may think that at that time you could say, well, actually, if they take away the music, it's what's my bread, it's what has got me here, but it's not all I am. It's not all I am, and drilling is not all I am. And I used to be a driller. I am now a musician, so now I'm gonna show you lot how good I am as a musician. And that could be an option to put forward in that situation. So, and maybe it does show a lack of options within the game, or maybe obvious options within that industry. It might show that. I don't know. I'm not in the industry, but yeah, maybe it's concerning that he feels like he has no other options to go back to drilling. But then, is that habitual, or is that the need to? Because again, like I said, I've heard you in your same rhymes talking about having, if you was to die tomorrow, your children would be set for life. So, is the drilling a necessity or is it habitual? In which case, I'd say, do you need to promote it then? Because outside of the music, you've now just put it as your second option outside of music, when you've created quite a bit from music to be able to build on that wealth. It might not be as quick and as big as music and drilling, but it'll bring you the money in, definitely, if you invest it right and do the right things. So my comment about it being unintelligent and immature, I'd probably say that I think it's got its merits. That stance has got its merits with me having that stance on it.
I think to an extent you're right, in the sense of there's going to be limited numbers of these rappers who are all talking about the same subject, basically the same thing over and over again, that are going to do it very intelligently. And I think that also that's not art. When we're dealing with art, like, no artist wants to be seen as the same as the one who came before him. Do you know, like that? They might even want it a bit similar, but no one just wants to be exactly the same as no one else. So
you mean no serious artist?
Yeah, no, no artists. Like, I wouldn't call a lot of. I'd say a lot of these drill rappers and stuff, I wouldn't call a lot of them artists. There are a few artists. There are some good ones, and I find that the ones that I would consider to be artists, they usually do more than just drill beats to start off with. But there are a few of the drill ones that just do drill beats that are really good as well. They are artists, but it's just they're painting their pictures about the experiences they've seen, or about the things they see as important. And I think that, in a young man's world, to an extent, those things, that, not to say that they're important, but that's one of the elements to being a young man, that you'll take more risks as a younger man. Do you feel where I'm coming from? You could tend to be more volatile as a younger man, X, Y, Z. So I think that, that's why that industry, I don't think it's impossible to change. I think it would be difficult, even with implementing things like more opportunities for people who want to be more artistic and rap about other things that are going on in the world, or, maybe turning a story into a rap, or a play into a rapping play, rather than just a normal speaking with while they're acting X, Y, Z. If there was more opportunities like that, and it was more integrated into, other arts and other areas of society, I think that there could definitely be room for change. Because you look at the what is it called? Like, you got the likes of Don't Flop Then, and that's a battling platform. But you hear some very artistic rapping happening on there. Very, very artistic.
But do they have like certain rules within the battles? So it's a certain language that they can't use, is there certain things that they can't say?
No, as far as I know, there isn't any rules, but they just tend to have some quite artistic rappers there. I don't think it's necessarily the best for battling, because when you look at, like I said, if you look at some of these American rappers, there's so much more going on over there as far as that industry is concerned, that there's heaps more of them, and they're putting more time into it, because obviously there's money to make out of it. So I find when you compare the two, I think, like, artistically, we've got good artists over here, but it's going to be hard to compare with a place where, people are putting so much more time into a thing.
Not only that, there's a lot more artists and a lot more different types of music that can be met together and put together from different cultures. And you see that, right? All over America, you see the hip hop merging with the Hispanic, and the Hispanic merging with this, and the country and westerns now being merged with hip hop and things like that. And so you do see these kind of things merge, and there's a bigger talent pool out there.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely that.
And there's different extremities that they use in the Americas as well that can be popularized, in the sense of, what's the guy now? That Jeffrey guy, yeah, Young Tugs, yeah. So my man started putting on dresses. You understand? Like Americans, that's where it's starting from, like with the over exaggeratedness. And then you look now, like the other day I was on Chilluminati show, and there was this guy on there, and he's talking about he wears dresses, and you know, he does grime and he wears makeup. And you know, as far I don't know if I could be wrong about this, but he's got some kind of association to JME, and you know, he's got grime award. He's got an award for grime. I heard his music, what I heard of it. I didn't think the music itself was award winning, but I do understand the idea of, you know, people being over the top and people buying into that. So because this guy's putting on dresses and makeup and stuff, there's going to be a certain dynamic of people who listen to grime who's going to buy into it. Innit? I don't know, man. But then obviously,
there's another aspect of people say that people say things like, oh well, that's his life, let him do what he's doing, I'm not here. Like people use you see a lot of people do that with artists like R. Kelly and Michael Jackson. Yeah, they try to separate the character from the music, because in some ways, sometimes, and I'm not going to say it's for everyone, but some people don't want to hear that about people, or the people they hold as an idol. They don't want to hear that and don't want to believe it. So in some ways, the easier way to deal with it is, well, say, well, actually, I'm not looking at him for that. I'm looking at him for the music, and that's it. But
I'm not trying to attack the youth, though. I'm just saying, though, like, obviously, this guy has used a different dynamic of being over the top, and he's been successful with it. Do you know what I'm trying to say? And it just goes to show that, like I was saying in the beginning of the conversation, you know, we as people in 2021, you know, English-speaking people around the world, wherever we be, England, America, wherever it is, you know, we are very, very, you know, we, to an extent, we can be superficial, but we're just very over the top.
No, I hear what you're saying. And musicians and the people that we put in front of us through generations, and not just in hip hop, right? You're going to look in the rock music, and you look at the figureheads that have been in rock music and different types of music, even in country music. They've been in some ways very, very eccentric, and then you've got the people that are not, that are in the music industry that have that surface. On the surface are eccentric, but deep down are very shy. And then you get the people that are just very shy, full stop. And music tends to be that kind of comfort for them.
Modern day, though. Modern day music.
But
since about 2000 and when I say modern day, since about 2015, I can't remember a piece of music that hasn't either been itself over the top or had an over the top video or something extremely controversial connected to it.
Oh, well, I can maintain that probably the biggest selling songs haven't. I'd say the biggest selling songs like Ed Sheeran.
Ed Sheeran, you don't think he doesn't have any controversy attached to it, or any kind of over the top behavior?
All right, so for example, Thinking Out Loud, that song, yeah, that was popular. That was a massive song that was played all over the place. So I'd say, and the music video was him dancing with the woman that he loves. So I'd say no, it's not in that, and not on that level of extreme.
I would say that Ed Sheeran is the over the top sweet boy, yeah. And in reality, he could be the player of the week. He could be pimp of the year. We don't really know what he gets up to in his personal time. He could have 10 gal on the go. But the image that he sets off, the way he portrays himself is this extremely sweet guy. You know, it's over the top. Like, and I can't think. I know where you're going with this in the sense of, yeah, he's not doing the extremities that we're talking about, but you know, he's doing some other flipping over the top behavior.
No, I think you're attributing all behaviors as over the top.
They are.
They're not. They're not. It's so being a normal. So writing a song about wanting to spend your life with someone is over the top when there's a vast majority of people that have either want to, or are looking for.
I think it's unrealistic. I think his whole character.
What's over the top would be what is not norm.
I think his whole character's over the top and unrealistic. Like this guy is supposed to be,
Why is he?
was living in. Let me finish then. So this guy who was supposed to be living in the streets, some kind of tramp here, and he's just the sweetest guy who ever lived. He ain't. He speaks so posh and polite. You know, he's never seen like I've never heard him say a cruddy word. But this guy was living in the streets. He was a tramp. I just don't believe that. But some people will believe it. And I'm not going to say that it's not true. I'm just going to say I don't personally believe it. I just find it quite difficult to believe.
Okay. Well, that's strange because I know people that have grown up in some really shitty areas and have never had a fight. Like it's not impossible, bro. Like
I
you can't.
find that
Well,
one. No,
I'm not even saying I
I
believe in
find that more
story.
believable.
No,
I
but I'm
find
not
that
even,
more
yeah, but
believable.
again, I'm not saying I believe his story, but the point I'm making is again, the point I was making is you said you can't find any artist that such and such and such, and I said to you, yo, big up yourself, melanated. I said to you,
No,
I
I
believe.
think he's still
Let me
extreme though.
finish, bro. Let me finish.
Some
Let me
extreme.
finish. Let me finish. I
Yeah.
believe and maintain that
Mm.
the most popular music, the biggest selling music, isn't as extreme as you say it is. Okay. And it's not on the extremities that you say. Now you're gonna turn around and argue that Ed Sheeran's behavior is extreme, and it's not it's like, and I'm gonna say, well, actually, if there's a vast majority of people all over the world that are in love, been married, want to spend their life with someone, looking for that someone to spend their life with, and all kinds of things. Are they looking for the extreme or are they looking for the norm? So
I don't know.
all he's doing is what the old school artists did was portray and talk about and sing about things like love.
Yeah, I think maybe extreme is the wrong word though, because when I say extreme, I keep referencing over the top, and when I say over the top, I mean in the sense of like a man is going to try and set a certain precedent to make a certain image to presenting himself a certain way in front of people, so that people see him as a certain type of person. Like Ed Sheeran wouldn't do something like that, and Ed Sheeran wouldn't do something like that, but he might have do something like this. And I think it's the same thing with the rappers. And I think that, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to say Ed Sheeran's extreme in a way where it's going to be controversial and it's going to be damaging to people to behave in the way that Ed Sheeran's behaving. I'm just saying that you know, to be an artist, you have to, in this day and age, be a bit over the top because people are over the top. You've got a person out there who, they just want everything to be perfect. They want that sweet way of life. They want that not Romeo and Juliet, that knight in shining armor kind of, story, and when they hear those songs, it kind of like makes them feel better about what they're searching for. And I think there are some people who are literally growing up and they watch the gangster movie and, they wanted to be the guy, they wanted to be Vin Diesel or they wanted, I don't know, they wanted to be that guy in the movie, innit? And they're looking for that, that ending. And, it makes them feel better when they hear that song. It makes them, feel like, they're that guy, innit? I don't know, Moshe, man. I
Yeah,
don't
but
know.
the point, if you don't know, you can't try and shut down the point I'm making because if you
No,
don't know,
not shutting you down, though. Not shutting you down. Just saying
no,
that.
it's not
Just
shut
saying
down
that.
because you couldn't shut down my point because my point stands and there's no, as far as I'm concerned, like the points I've made, they can't be refuted clearly because there's people in the industry, some of the biggest selling artists and the biggest selling artists, the biggest award-winning artists, the people that get the songs of the years and all kinds of things, for the most part, they don't write and sing about shit.
But when you said Ed Sheeran, yeah, like I said, I've got my own what's the word? My own thoughts on the way he is extreme or not extreme. He's over the top to sell his product, innit? Like I'm not saying it's the same. It's the same type of controversy as far as stabbing and killing in your music, but I'm just saying that I believe he could be someone different to who he says he's in his music. The same way any of these rappers who are talking like they're gangster of the week, they might not be. They might just be a simple little guy. They might just be. They might have got bullied for all we know. They might be a real nerd and just figured out how to use all of the street terminology. We don't really know, innit? And then when you're saying like all of the big artists now, yeah, like award-winning artists, like who are we talking about? And then, you know, when we start talking about these award-winning artists, like, is there other controversy surrounding these artists though?
Yeah, but again, listen, we're talking about what's put out in the meat, what's put out in as popular. And we're talking about, listen, before certain things came to light, we didn't know about a lot of people's behaviors. And that made us know and understand them as people, as artists, as broadcasters, and all different kinds of areas within media, right? Whether it be directors, everything, right? This brought a lot of things to light about their behaviors and who they were as people. But the point and again, this is where I think you're getting lost. If there is, so for example, if there's no scandals. Say Ed Sheeran goes through the rest of his career and there's no scandals, and in his death nothing comes out and there's no scandals to say he's done nothing that's untowards or so on and so forth, right? Would you then say that his character's over the top? If that's
I don't know. When you say nothing untoward, yeah, you see, if Ed Sheeran was a guy who went his whole life, never got married, I don't know if he's got a girlfriend. I ain't never seen him with one, so I don't know, innit? But if he was like, you know, a bachelor for the rest of his life, I'd find that controversial. You know, it's like, for instance, someone was talking. I can't remember who it was. Yeah, we was talking about Alicia Keys. Someone was telling me about Alicia Keys, and you know, they listened to Alicia Keys, and she really affects their life, and you know, Alicia this, Alicia that, and you know, certain things that's going on in their relationship. She hears an Alicia song and it's just so relevant. I said, well, like, okay, but what go on with Alicia Keys though? What, is she married then? Like, what's going on? And it was like, yeah, she's married. Like, she's got the whole thing. She got her whole thing locked down, innit? So you can't come at her from no angle, innit? Like, but I don't think like majority of these artists are like that. Like, where, you know, they're giving all this love advice and then flipping, you know, they're not even married. I don't know, man.
Bro. Again, you don't have to be married to talk about experiencing love. That's what I don't get. Like,
but
you
to
don't
give advice though, you have to be successful in something.
No, but it's not about advice. It's about, so people sing about what they think about. If you think someone's behavior is extreme, like my man wrote a song, and in his song he talked about being a woman that cheated on him. Now, we spoke about that happening in real life, and there's many artists that speak about things that happen in their real life, some things that they've gone through outside of love. Okay, so many things that, again, that is not on that level. So we can't turn around and keep talking about the word, because we're using the word extreme and all kinds of stuff, yeah. And really, we're talking about things that's out there and what we're making, what's been made popular, and the behavior,
no, you're right.
the behavior that come with being made popular. Now, Ed Sheeran, as far as I'm concerned, hasn't made a song and hasn't gone out there and said, "Yeah, I'm gonna shank up this man and shank up that man."
I know.
So,
now, you know, I'm being silly.
So my point, yeah, but bro, this is a serious conversation. Like, I don't have time. I'm not on here to be silly and play games.
No, but not being silly like that. I mean, in the sense of, obviously, my man's pulling on heartstrings, isn't it? That's where I'm going with this, isn't it? So, you know, obviously, that's his way of selling his music, by pulling on heartstrings. Another man is pulling on heartstrings. He's pulling on something else. He's like,
so, bro, he's made songs called Sing. Yeah, where it's about just dancing and having fun, and that were number one and were big massive hits for him also. So again, that point is irrelevant, because he's not just pulling on heartstrings. He's not. That's not his only trick. He's not out exactly because. And again, for you haven't heard it, and I'm saying to you that I'm listening to these things, and I'm like, flipping hell.
Do you know why I don't listen to it, Mom?
Can I ask a question?
Yo, go on, man.
Peace, Shipper, by the way, and big up everyone in the chat. I want to ask you a question because I don't really listen to a whole lot of rap, right? But who would you all say is a more successful artist?
The most successful rapper.
Bobby Smurda guy, or Rick Ross. Let's just say Rick Ross, right? Or J. Cole. Who's bigger?
Rick Ross.
J. Cole.
Rick Ross. Okay, so let me ask this question differently, right? Because artists make more money from concerts than they do from record sales, right?
Yeah.
So Rick Ross would have more people at a concert than J. Cole.
Possibly.
Actually, I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't think so either. But I just wanted to know what you all thought, because I think that I just think point blank period, right? There's always going to be it's opposite. You have high, you have low, right? You got high vibration music, you got positive music, and then you're going to have low vibration music, right? Low vibration music is not going to go anywhere because there's going to always be low vibrational people. But higher vibrational people, like I cannot tell you, besides the one quarter case a week ago, I can't tell you one other Bobby Smoder song. I wouldn't know Young Thug from Thug Little to, I don't know these names, these Little Thug this and Little B, Little Q, Little, I don't know none of these people because it's outside of my circle of influence. Like, I don't know it. The people that I know don't know it. We don't listen to it. I don't go to jump in my homegirl car and she playing it. It's just not,
We're the same because remember, we're of an age group, innit? What we're talking about is the younger generation, because the younger generation, they're of a generation where they know all of them. They know. I didn't know about Pop Smoke. My daughter told me about Pop Smoke. Imagine that. I don't know about these guys. She told me. Like, so obviously, for the younger generation, it's like they see it as glamorous. Like,
but the younger generations need their what's the other dude? Not J. Cole. What's the other guy?
Kendrick.
Kendrick. They need their Kendrick. They need their J. Cole, because when I was coming up, we had like what they would call, the term was gangster rap back then, right? Well, we had shoot 'em up, take drugs, and bitches and hoes, and all that kind of music too. But you knew how to have balance, and I think that today's generation, what they need is balance. It's not like you got to get rid of all of the music that quote unquote low vibrational. Sometimes you need a little low vibrational stuff. You know what I'm saying? It serves its purpose, but if that's all that's out there, that's a problem.
But Melanated, do you not remember, when we was growing up here, like, I don't know, like, I'm West Indian anyway. I don't know what your ethnic background is. Obviously, you're black. I'm not sure what nation, but being West Indian, when we was growing up and there was party going on and rare tear, there was a lot of parents around. Like, the parents would party with us. Do you know, like that? So there was a different vibe.
My mother wasn't partying with me when I was a teenager.
Not as a teenager, but I mean,
okay,
like,
then.
as a young man.
When you
say teenager, hold on, wait a second. When you say teenager, I'm talking like, you see, up until the age of about maybe like 16, 17. Like, if we had parties, the parents was all there. They knew all of our music. My mum was the one who
family parties. I'm talking about when you was. So you telling me when you was coming up, they didn't have teenager parties?
Yeah, we had not teenager. Do you know what? We had a thing, I remember there was a thing called Junior Jam, that we had over here, Now, Junior Jam was started by a radio station. In fact, they stole the idea of Junior Jam from my mum. My mum was a genius, She came up with this idea of making an event for the young people, where the parents should just drop them off and, you have to be under 18 to get in and rare tear, bam, all right? So Choice FM stole that, And you see when they done this, it went from Junior Jam to flipping, they had like all these other clubs started catching on to it and doing it, like doing these under 18s raves. But what we found is at the under 18s rave is where man were getting stabbed up, or someone got shot, or some kind of crud was going on at the under 18s. And this is what I'm saying, like, a lot of this is a young man's game. A lot of this this behavior, like where man are on the road and trying to earn stripes, or they're doing music, but they're very, very gangster with their music. It's because they're young and they're influenceable, and they're looking at, like, for instance, you look at the most successful rappers, especially when we talk about rap and hip hop. Like you said, growing up, there was gangster rap, and is that not, like? I'll be honest, I think that's probably the most popular form of hip hop music. What do you guys think?
Yeah, what?
I would say that I would say that the gangster rap is the more at this point in time, and for quite a while, it's been the most popular type of rap music, the gangster type style of rap.
I'm not even gonna say that because I'd maintain it like the biggest selling artists of rap throughout the history have not been gangster rappers. The only one that's in the top 10, let me finish. Only one in the top 10 is Tupac.
Will Smith with that summertime song, he made so much money about the damn summertime.
And that's universal. Everybody play it. Bro, you see gangsters bump into that, bro.
You know what? Nah, you you're not getting away with this. You're not getting away with this.
You know when that summertime song come on, you be like,
hold up. Nah, sorry.
Even the gangsters, bro, they're pulling up. Summertime.
Hey, now you lot are in trouble for that one, you know, because you see that, not being funny, yeah, like big and serious motion, yeah. You see when we start talking about rappers and the greatest of all time, if I ever hear anyone tell me about Will Smith, I'm gonna cuss on them.
No, but we're not saying he's the greatest, but what my point stands is that some of the biggest songs ever, some of the biggest artists, some of the biggest selling artists weren't the gangster rappers. They weren't.
Do you remember that guy back in the day? Do you know who I used to like back in the day? That guy, he goes, he's got the singer. He goes, I got him, man. I'm not trying to hear that sing. I got him, man. What's your man got to do with me?
I can't remember who that was.
Is it Positive K?
That's D Nice. Isn't that D Nice?
Is that it? Might be. I don't remember. I thought it was Positive
But
K.
again, you got to feel.
You hear that song? That's not about guns or nothing. A lot of the songs that like stick in your head, Lottie Dottie. You know what I'm saying? Like these are songs. And he's from the UK too, right? Slick Rick from the UK, right?
And these songs resonate with us same way like you. Do you understand what I'm saying?
What's the guy motion? He goes, I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish
I
was
come on,
man. I had a girl who looked good of a collar.
See? Look at that. And those are the songs that were popular. Those are the songs that were in the clubs. Those are the songs that made people millionaires overnight. Because
Can I be honest with you, though, Motion? You see, when we was growing up here, you see, like, a lot of my family went church and stuff, innit? Like, so certain types of music and stuff, it was seen as like bad, innit? Like demon music, innit? So my mom weren't really trying to make us hear certain types of hip hop, but them kind of tunes there, you could feel comfortable. I could play that in my mom's house and she ain't saying nothing, you know, like that. I wish I was a little bit taller. But if I try and play like a DMX now, it's gonna be a bit more controversial.
But even like, think about Bobby Shmurda's biggest tune. Yeah? His biggest tune. What tune is that? And what kind of vibe in that tune? What's the vibe in that tune?
I don't know. It's killing people, isn't it?
It's that, no, it's not. It's not. That's the
they hate him, but they broke though.
What song? What else he sing? That's big. I don't know. What he sing? Lean Back? He sing that song?
Nah, man, he's got that song Hot. Yeah.
Oh yeah, hot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some hot N word.
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't know that.
And even though he's using the language, it's one of them happy vibe tunes.
That's the same song. No, that's the same song, Motion. That's the same song. Yeah, that is the same song, man. I swear that's the same song.
Nah,
wait,
man.
I got a body by the beak go. Then you just see some hot N word. It's the same song.
Ain't that the tune that you got the dance for?
Yeah, that's the same thing.
Yeah, that's what it is. You know what it is there? Yeah? You know what it is then? Obviously, the video, that song into a different context.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Because he's got the dance, and that's what became popular about the song. So the dance took away the element of whatever he's talking about.
Yeah, it definitely did. Because I think that dance came on and everybody in there is just doing the little Bobby Shmurda dance. Nobody give a damn what the hell he's saying. I don't know what the hell he's saying. I definitely can't understand what the hell he's saying.
Songs that become cult songs and popular, like Teach Me How to Dougie and all those kind of tunes. Like, bro, that is what's going on, bro. That is really what is making people overnight millionaires, really.
And you was over there dissing over the love songs, but the love songs is what make people, like, if you ask certain people who's just their favorite rapper, they'll be like Chris Brown. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not even a damn rapper.
That's a disrespect. No, sir. Anyone attend with that big disrespect that.
No, but it's
No, they would say Chris Brown because he do a little bit of rapping in the song, and then he singing, and he got the dance moves and everything. He the whole package. Chris Brown.
Nah, man.
People,
I prefer to hear. What's the other one's name? The other singer rapper. What's his name again? The Canadian boy.
he likes a
Canadian boy before I hear if being.
You said who?
The Canadian guy. What's his name again?
Oh no! Don't say Drake. Come on now.
Ryan Leslie.
Not Drake. Yeah, Drake, man. Drake. Or what's the other one? The other Canadian. Even the other one, Tory Lanez. Either one of them, like.
Oh no, Tory.
We're not co-signing Tory. We're not co-signing Tory.
Tory he's dominating. He got the reggae vibes. He got
Tory. I like Tory. Sorry,
He's rapping. What's wrong with Tory?
No man, listen. Joyner had to smoke him.
You said what?
Joyner had to finish him, man. You can't talk to Joyner, man. Bun Tory. Tory
Lane, no man, you can't run him. And my black man.
He was all right, but see certain behaviors, yeah? See certain behaviors. I don't care. Again, listen, I don't care what situation is, yeah. If you're popping off your thing on your woman, yeah, listen, allow it, innit?
In comparison though, yeah, you guys, let me ask a question. Do you think there are more rappers who get big from making normal sounding music about normal life experiences, or ones who make music about abnormal life experiences?
It depends.
Okay, listen. So the question is the same. That's the same question. Like, do you think that women get attention for being half naked or fully? I mean, what kind of question is that about what's going to get people's attention?
The other thing is, but check this though.
What you say?
Let me answer the question, bro. Let me answer the question. Yeah.
God, you go.
So again, if you're looking for overnight success, again, my point stands. Yeah, we're in the UK, melanated, so you might not know these songs. Yeah, but let's go for it. Yeah, Saturday night in the UK, and I love the way, yeah, baby, all them tunes there. Yeah. Okay. I ain't finished yet. Gangnam Style. Bro, don't start, bro. Don't start, bro. There's bare different
motion.
But it's true though. That's the point I'm saying to you. It's true. There's bare different tunes that make people popular. Yeah. Now, if you're gonna talk about longevity, I'm gonna give you a name like Music Soul Child.
I love him.
20 plus years deep in the game, still making music, still making money off the music. 20 years later, as opposed to 5 years of making some just some career chatting shit.
Oh,
yeah, there's a Gangnam drill version. There's a drill tune that's like a Gangnam thing where they got the dance in the video and all of that, man. What's my man's name again? Flick, flick, left, flick, flick.
We're not even gonna know. Listen, what Motion is saying is that those rappers, yeah, they out there, they got these videos with the little cars and their guns and all this stuff, and people is liking them. And 3 years later, they're nobody. There's another little Bop this, a little Mo, a little Short Thug, all of this, and they gone, right? You got a rapper like Mos Def who makes a song about water and how vital it is that we need it, and why they charging us a fee for something that's natural. And 20 plus years later, Mos Def is still, he could make a song tomorrow. He could feature on somebody's song tomorrow, and everybody's like, yo, that's Yasin Bey. That's Yasin Bey. See what I'm saying? Yeah, and he can go from that, and he could be on a big screen and be in somebody's movie. This is what
previous success though. That's coming.
But I'm saying these little thugs people are never going to be in any blockbuster. They're not going to be in nobody's movie. It's not happening.
Yeah, but 50 Cent has got his own series.
Yeah, but that's 50. 50's a different generation. 50 also made gal tune. 21 Questions. He still took his gangster to a different level.
Go shorty, it's your birthday.
Come on, bro. Come on. His biggest tune, bruv. See me in the club, bottle full of bruv. Come on.
That's not what got in there, though. No, but that's not.
Of course it did.
That's not.
Yes,
fair.
it did.
I gotta pull it up. Bro. I gotta pull you up for a second. Nah, that's
Jay-Z,
not fair. Jay-Z,
bro. Same again. Kanye,
bro,
same
listen.
again.
Nah, do you know what?
Oh, Kanye. You know what? Let's not talk about Kanye. Jesus walked
bro.
Come on.
Hey, listen. The only thing that was saving
Kanye
the 50,
West
yeah?
is a very successful man, right? And he ain't holding a gun, busting. He ain't stabbing, shooting. He's not a bad man at all. He makes music about how pretty and handsome he is,
Yeah.
and how nice he dresses.
But Kanye got
And
shot though.
Ja Rule. No, he was in a car crash.
what?
He was in a car crash, man.
Was he in a car crash?
He was in a car crash.
Yeah.
I thought he
Through
got
the
shot
wire.
5 times.
Through the
I thought he
wire.
got shot 5 times.
Load the man. Him not get shot by
Yeah,
no.
He's not no bad man. Kanye made music about how he was a starving artist and he was living and he dropped out of college. Most of his first CD is about how he dropped out of college. You hear me? He was an academia young man.
You know what?
No bad
Let me
man.
go 50's name as well for a second, actually, because the first tune I ever heard 50 Cent on was not no bad man tune. Actually, it was an R&B tune. I didn't even know it was 50 Cent. I didn't even know who he was.
I'm trying to say it to you,
But what
bro.
I'm saying is though,
Shake, baby, shake that disco inferno, bro. Listen,
bro, when man first heard 50, we didn't know who he was. We knew who he was after he made that mixtape talking about how to rob and
I
going
think
at
you had
Ja
a stunt, bro. Talking about Jack, bro. Listen, all his biggest tunes, bro. All his biggest tunes were not that gangster stuff. All that happened
when you climb on top. The first I do in a headlock. And
so
the ecstasy without taking ecstasy. That tune was hard. 50 was hard. I'm not gonna lie, he got tuned.
Come on, bro.
The people who have longevity, like Motion is saying, right? Look at somebody like Twister. What is Twister talking about now?
I don't know. I don't even know if he's about still.
He's an entrepreneur. Twister has artists. Twister does, he does features. What I'm saying is that they are not in this bust up the shop, bust up the place, shoot him up, kill. You know what I'm saying? And even when they on their path, something changes because you won't have longevity doing that. They give that
they
to
will have a little bit of it though, melanated. Twister does have a little bit of gangster music in there and Busta Rhymes and
they don't have gangster music. They tell you that it can happen to you. They not telling you they gonna do it to you. Are you? Where Busta Rhymes saying he gonna bust somebody, shoot somebody?
And when he talks like that, it's more.
I've never heard Busta Rhymes. Listen, see, you gotta pay attention to some of these artists.
No, he used to.
Busta Rhymes' his first or second CD, yeah, he's talking about slapping up the reporter. He said to them, "You want to bust?"
That's a skit.
Remember that?
Come on, man.
Bro,
listen. You see how you gotta read.
Go back to some of them tune there, you know.
You see how you gotta read. Listen, a lot of the smart ones.
Said he stomps barefoot on. Listen, he said he stomps barefoot on Negroes like Kunta Kinte.
Bro, it's bars, bro. You understand? There's a comedy in it, bro. There's a comedy. You understand me? He's got a tune that says, "Come in, I did dance last night." Bossa boy,
yes, last night.
Yeah, bro. Nobody listened to that song that I know that went out on Bossa Boy's head to that song. Everybody that I know heard that song. We looked at each other and we all bust our little skank that we had to it. Because that was just, we wasn't thinking about busting boys. We was thinking about having a good bloody time to the tune.
And how long ago was that?
96, 7, something like that.
All right. So them times there, you could get away with them.
What song is that? I don't even know what song is that. Why I feel left out now?
Well, you remember the Busta Rhymes tune, man, with flip mode. He had flip mode. All the flip mode was on it.
Okay.
It was a flip mode. It was a flip mode tune. It wasn't.
I think it might have been a flip mode album. Yeah, it might have been flip mode album. To be fair, yeah.
Yeah. But them man there,
Busta Rhymes is not a bad mind. You need to cut it out. Busta Rhymes is not bad mind. Like,
come on, man. But even then, look at his most popular tunes: "Dangerous," "Put Your Hands Where My Eyes Can See." Bro, think about the vibe they were. Again, those are his biggest tunes. Missy Elliott, Same Again. Like all of them, bro, all their biggest tunes. And even now,
you want to hear one of my old groups that I used to like that was very like all their music was about gunplay was Onyx. Oh, they didn't have no positive songs. No, they was not.
Mobb Deep as well. Mobb Deep was on some.
Mobb Deep had positive songs. Mobb Deep had positive songs,
but they were on pure gun part. Don't ever get it.
Mobb Deep was kind of like the gun thing, and
No, they were
Yeah.
crap. Don't get me wrong. They were
But see,
crap.
Mobb Deep they used to mix with Nas, and then Nas will come in with that, like, the positive vibes. Nas.
Yeah, you see it. But this is the thing though, Mel. Like if you look back in the day, yeah, there was more positive. The positive was outweighing the negative. The gangster rap thing wasn't as big as it is now, but it seems like it's outflanking the rest of the stuff now, where there's so much more of it than but then you're in America, so you probably hear a lot more hip hop than we do. So maybe it's just because we're in England, we only hear what they play us or what's popular.
I don't listen. I'm not a good representation. You might need to get Brad or God of Jacob or one of them on here to tell you, maybe even EIE. They probably know like the real deal in the hip hop scene. Because I tell you, I'm actually trying to learn the names of more like conscious rappers, and I subscribe to different like outlets like on YouTube, like trying to be notified when they put a new video on.
Really? What you do? You make a conscious decision to only like try and listen to conscious rappers and stuff.
Yeah, I do. I actually do. There's somebody named Loaded Lux. He's from the
Loaded Lux is my guy.
Yes,
I love Loaded Lux.
You see, Loaded Lux. I love his content. I love like the way his flow, what he's rapping about, and then he just put out a whole album with a guy named Cambada. So I listened to Loaded Lux and Cambada. Who else? There's some light skinned,
Cambada's bad as well.
This light skinned black girl, black woman. She's nice. I don't remember her name, but she has long locks and she's very fair skinned, and she's just like classy, in her videos, and she got a lot of bars. I gotta find her name. I'm subscribed to her. There's another very dark skinned. I just like the music. Like the music is just different. It's like rapping, but like the video, the imagery is just like they either like it's just good. It's just good, clean music. Just about this. You can see the lyrical wordplay, but it's not a whole bunch of fuckery with it.
Yeah, but,
you know what I'm saying?
But Mel, this is the thing now where, like, what we have to understand is now, like, nowadays, the way music has turned so controversial, back in the day, something like, what's that song, the WAP and them type of songs there, the Cardi B, like, all that kind of stuff.
You know what? I've never heard that WAP. I've never even heard the song. I've just heard about it. I heard what it stands for. And so hearing what it stands for, I'm not like, oh, I want to hear about. No, I'm not want to hear. I don't want to know about what Pum Pum is like. That's not my thing. So
nowadays, like I would imagine that kind of music is just playing everywhere. It's on the radio. Your nan could be in the room and that's just playing. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
No, they play that on the radio.
Hey, listen, they play on the radio. Back in the day, that would have been a big thing for that to be on the radio. If I was in a car driving with my nan or my mum or something and WAP come on the radio, that would have been turn that off. But nowadays,
I remember.
I don't know.
Yeah. I can't. No.
That's what I'm saying about the industry and letting these things come through. For some reason, and somehow they have made. And again, I can't even say it because it's not the popular. It's become part of popular music.
It's normalized, isn't it? It's normalized,
yeah,
bro.
It's part of popular music, but it's not the most popular aspect of popular music. There are always going to be other aspects that's going to be because they're more commercial. And
but we gotta realize we make it popular. Like, you know what I'm saying? I think that's your point, Schiffer, right? Is that
and then it's that you see people like us, because you see me, like I'm like you guys, innit? I try to be a bit responsible. As much as I'm an artist and I like making music, I try to tone it down a little bit because I think, you know what? Like if I'm playing my music in the car and the kids are in the car, I don't want to have to turn it off. Or if I'm at a party and there might be kids or some more responsible thinking people like myself. It's not really, they don't want all of that playing. I don't have to turn it off. It's not, too crass. But I think that, in this day and age, most people don't care. They'll play that in front of their kids. They got whacked.
You want to know? What I did? I've said this before on YouTube that I worked in a school, right, a high school, and you know, part of an activity that I did with my students is that I went on YouTube and I played the dude Dave, his song Black for my students.
Mm.
And they was like, yo, play that again. They wanted a second, they wanted to hear what he was saying. They loved that song, my students. And the thing about it is that they hungry. They hungry to have exposure to more stuff like that.
Yeah, that's
You know
right.
what I'm saying? It's not all. It's if what you normally getting is what you normally getting, well then figure, okay, you know, it sounds like the other stuff. Okay, it's pretty good. So when you hear something new, it's like, wow, okay. So trust.
Yeah, but in
I mean,
America, rap's different though, Mel, because like you got to think where it started over there. Hip hop started in the Bronx or wherever now, yeah. So it's kind of institutionalized in America, in your culture. It's an institution now where you know there's many companies and bodies involved in making people successful in that field. So you know, as much as you got people who can go on Instagram and you know promote themselves and do a little thing independent, there's big independent labels out there as well that can pump big money into you and give you big videos, and you know there's big marketing for it. You know there's a massive amounts of people who listen to this music and will buy into it or even just stream it, which is going to make you money. Now you come to England, you know it's not as diverse culturally as you guys over there, so you know that's why we'll have the likes of, you know, Ed Sheeran will top the charts. You know, we'll get what's her name? Who's that other one? I can't remember her name. The fat white woman, whatever her name was.
Oh,
we
no.
need some more positive stuff, though. I mean, I don't know whoever you know, I like Deadeye's music. Red Pill Trill. I like. Is that his rap name? Red Pill Trill, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I like Red Pill Trill music. Like I saw a video of his. I think the name of the song is Pagan. I was like, I love this song. This song is so good.
Me and you both. Me and you both, though. And the thing is, yeah, there's other. Me and you both. And the thing is, there's other rappers that I like as well. But what I find is that the rappers that are talking stuff that isn't, you know, what we'd see as the norm on Radio 1 then, yeah, which is the gunman talk. Yeah, or the bad boy talk, or the roadman talk. Like it's not
but you can't eliminate that vibration. That's what I came on to say. Like you can't eliminate that vibration. So for me, I don't even be concentrating on like, you know, like I just know some people is gonna be on some foolishness. But if they're around me,
yeah,
they're not gonna bring me down and say, hey, listen to this. Like, okay, I ain't gonna lie. One time my students they pulled me into that Remy Ma was beefing with what's the girl name with the fake butt?
Minaj.
Yes. And you know, I'm from New York, you know, so I was like, okay, let me hear what they got to say. And Remy Ma murdered her. Oh my God. I was like, wow. And then she was like, she dropped it in the same day. So I kept waiting for Nikki to like respond. And she didn't respond. She didn't respond. I think when she did respond, she had somebody else on it too with her. It wasn't even her by herself or something like that. But for the most part, I'm not going to just let somebody, like, they're not going to come into my car and play some, you know, music. Yeah, I'm gonna fuck you, fuck your girl, fuck your baby moms. I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna bust you, I'm gonna gush it, shoot you in your face. No. You're not coming in my house or coming in my car and playing that nonsense. We're gonna play some damn, like my new joint is Afro beat, cause they just in love, they love woman, they just want love, they want to marry you, want you hungry, I give you food. I like that kind of music. It's not nice.
Yeah, but Mel, the thing is, yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you, innit? I don't think we can eradicate it because I think there's always going to be what's popular. And if that's what's popular, like people are just into it. Like I said originally, I think that people are into over-the-top behavior. And that's a very over-the-top behavior. And it just, you know, it's something that where people that maybe because they can't do it in their day-to-day life, they find it funny that someone else acts so crazy. Now, I think Motion is kind of opposed. He thinks that, you know, the people just need, there must be some solution to the problem where we can change things. And, you know, I think me and Motion are both in agreement. I'm not going to speak for Motion. I'm going to cut off now, but in the sense of the industry playing a big part in this, in the way, in what they're promoting and, you know, what they're allowing into the mainstream and, you know, not giving enough opportunities for, you know, the youth to be artistic.
I think that you know what, you would think that the majority of people share the same values as you do, but I just learned to just stick with I feel like it's a minority, you know, because look at this. How often do we talk about the fact that the media is always trying to emasculate the black man, right? And they always trying to put a black celebrity in a dress. So you would think that black people would say, we're not going to support nothing that got a black man in a dress. But we constantly support it. We constantly go see those movies. We constantly go to those Big Mama's house. We're constantly going to Medea plays to see a black man in a dress. Like, we don't stand for what we say we value. I don't get it. And
they had a black man on Illuminati the other day, and he's got an award for grime music. I heard his music. It was all right. I'm not going to say he's rubbish, but it wasn't award winning in my eyes. But he wears dresses, and that might have got him an award. So, you know, that's the world we live in. How do we deal with that? What do we use that information as a
yeah, but I don't. You have to purposely not support it. Like, what you call it? When I started finding out what was on that show Empire, I've never seen an episode. I've never seen a season. I've never seen. I seen part of the first episode, but I've seen little trailers and stuff like that. But because to me, what them shows promote is not something that I stand for. So,
but do you think maybe we're not the target audience though? Because I've always looked at it like this, like as a young man growing up here, like when you get to the age of I think it's about 14 or 15, I'm not sure what the age is, yeah, but that's when you're allowed to watch certain movies that's got swear word and cussing and gangsterisms and rare tear, yeah, so they had an age limit on it. So to me, like from my experience of marketing and, you know, being in the industry of music and XYZ, is that the target audience then? So we as grown people, you know, we're going to be looking at it from a grown perspective with a grown mind and analyzing things and, you know, working out the foolishness from the realities. Yeah. Whereas as a young mind, you're going to be a lot more influenceable. And as far as you're concerned, it just is what it is. And all these grown folks who are telling you, oh, this is fake, that's fake, and this person is just chatting this and they don't really do nothing. Like, they're just thinking we're just chatting in it. They listen to what they see on the TV.
Yeah, man, I'm glad to be. Well, I'm growing up and I'm watching a different world and things like that. You know, you're watching people in college and stuff. You know, like these people have like a frigged up growing up period. Yeah. Their generation is horrible.
This is the thing, right? They're setting different aspirations for the young people. And it's even those that are led astray are the ones that are easier to be led astray, because of whatever circumstances that they're going through, or however they might feel about life or their life or any given situation they're in. So that's what becomes the problem, because it's influencing those that are already disenfranchised and that don't potentially, that maybe don't have a dream, but you're now selling them a dream or a way out.
You see it, and you see why I don't blame them that much, because
no, but I'm not blaming. Listen, it's not about blaming them. I'm saying we have to look at these things and say, right, what is responsible? How can it be changed? How can we fix it? Because at the end of the day, too many young men are losing their lives.
There's only one way to fix it.
Oh, we forgot Ludacris. Somebody said Ludacris in the chat, and I agree. Ludacris is nice, and he not on that gangster stuff.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that there's only one way to fix it, innit? We all know there's artists out there, numerous numbers, you know, multiple, the hundreds, maybe thousands of artists that don't have to talk about gangsterisms to make good music that's entertaining and to become popular. But we also know that the industry, you know, like the main radio stations, like the big ones, you know, they're going to have a section designated to this kind of stuff, and it's going to become the most popular. Yeah. So if we know they're in control of it, you know, they're the only people who can make that change and make that transition and say, well, do you know what? We want this on the radio. But then if they do that, do they lose their fan base? Because the fan base will just go somewhere else. They'll just go to Graham Daily. Do you know, like that? And that's how these platforms got big. Because if you think about it, in essence, there was a time when, you know, there was limits to what you could be saying in a song and have it on, you know, main radio, like daytime playing on the radio and stuff. Yeah. But now you've got songs on the radio, daytime, on the daytime in the radio, yeah, like, and it's talking about selling drugs, like crack and cocaine and stuff like that, and heroin or whatever. So, you know, if we know, like, you could walk into a shop, you could walk into JD Sports, and you hear a man talking like metaphors referencing drugs and drug sales and rare. So, you know, if we know that that's what's happening, that's what's being pushed, you know, in the mainstream, you know, they're pushing it because they know it's popular. They know that these kids, because they've been going to Graham Daily, Link Up TV, and wherever they've been going to hear the cruddiest rappers, they're saying like, that's getting too much views, and we need some of that over here at Radio 1. So, you know what? We're going to invite them all in, whoever they may be. I don't know the I know Digga D, I know Gun Lean, that's it, Gun Lean and the Beats as well. So they're going to invite them all down there. Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, out of that, you'll get, what's the guy's name? Michael Dapper, whatever his name is. I think it's Michael Dapper. Yeah. So you'll get a guy like that who will.
Oh, see, look, somebody put it in the chat. Cam Bada and Black Magic 363. That's what I'm talking about. And I was going to say, like, when part of the, like, when somebody gets, when they start to blow up over social media, meaning they got lots of followers on Instagram, they got lots of views on their YouTube videos, that can translate into, you know, them having more success and having their music be pumped. Because then people will want to put them on the radio because they already are a social media success.
Nah, but
so everyone subscribe to them brothers and show them some love too. You know what I'm saying? We need to
that's not what will happen.
Promote it.
The radio will directly hold them back. So you're gonna have a rapper like, for instance, you said before about who did you say in Motion? You said Joyner Lucas. That's what you said, yeah? So a rapper like Joyner Lucas now, yeah, and I rate Joyner Lucas. I think he's one of the best rappers out there, but he is not getting the esteem that he should be getting. He's not, like, I put him on a level with a J. Cole, but J. Cole gets a lot more light shone than him, yeah? And there's a lot of cruddy rappers out there who I would say they're not even really great. They're not even good, really. They might have one track, but they're not even half of what a Joyner Lucas is. And they got a lot more, you know, reputation as far as the industry is concerned. You know, they're getting a lot more views. So, you know, nowadays, like I was saying earlier, it's not just about music anymore. It's all about Instagram. It's all about image, and it's all about fakery. It's all about, you know, realness and fakery then. Because you've either got to be faking it and making it look really good, or you've got to do something really, really, like, obscene for people to take notice of.
Why? No. Wait. So is Kendrick and J Cole faking it or doing something really extreme?
I don't think Kendrick or oh shoot, sorry, my phone's ringing. 1 second.
Yeah, because my point was this: is those guys are gonna be, and I can probably put 90% certain that those guys are the guys that are going to have longevity.
Like, just listen. If I could big up Pro G, big up Kushite, and he put in the chat the name, I couldn't remember the sister's name. Her name is Sarok. SAROC. Sarok. Yo, she's wicked, yo, she's nice. I'm telling you, she is like that. And and she has like a strong goddess like energy. You know what I'm saying? So like, if the imagery would be good for more Black women to see themselves as being feminine and being strong, you know, and she has like other like sisters in her video, which kind of promote like a sisterhood, you know, type of thing where your sister is not somebody that she's your competition. She's against you. It's like, you know, more of a sisterhood.
The industry don't want that for one reason. Yeah, the same in fact, it's all of them for the same reason. When we're dealing with the likes of Black Magic 363, Chambata, we can go to Red Pill, whoever, Blue Pill. We can go through all of that. These, you know, these are more, I would say, more creative rappers, yeah, and more they're more intricate in dealing with maybe subjects that people don't know a lot about, if that makes sense. But
well, why do you said the industry don't want it? Why do we dictate? Listen to what why does the industry dictate to us what we should like? We should dictate to them.
No, there's a reason for that, because, like I said, whatever's popular, the industry takes hold of and manipulates. Yeah. So, you know, the only way to really stop this from happening is to say, all right, all the artists, yeah, we're going to support all of the homegrown artists, and all of the people everywhere. You know, they're going to stop going on Spotify and the likes of whatever just to look for people. You know, any new artist they see coming up, they're just going to support anyway. We don't care how we find you. We're just going to support because we support music. Yeah, and that's the only way that's going to happen. Outside of that box, the industry itself, like the likes of the mainstream radios, yeah, the big radio stations, they're going to hear what's going on. So they heard Bobby Shmurda. They said, all right, you know what? These kids who's making the murder music, they're getting a lot of attention. We're getting them in. We're putting them on Hot 97, Hot 98, 99, and every other thing. Yeah. And before you knew it, they was blown up. Yeah. Now, if you try to blow up something else that rivals that, they're going to shut you down. Why are they going to open the door to you? They're going to say, no, we don't want that in here, because otherwise it's going to mess up this money that we've got invested over here. Do you feel where I'm coming from?
The only investment they're getting is for themselves, though. The investment's for themselves. It's not for them, because, again, these people are flash in the pan. They're flashing exactly. And understand this, yeah? Understand. They understand that these people are probably going to make a specific amount of money over a specific amount of time and then fade out, making that company profit. But at the same time, they are signing and releasing the people that are making wholesome music. They are signing them and releasing their music with less of a profile, with less promotion, less single releases and stuff like that that's put out there and being paid to put on this radio and that radio. So all that stuff is not given the same amount of attention as some of the other artists. But understand, they are signing these artists. So if they're signing them, why do they not push them and make them be what is popular like they used to?
Do you know why they don't do that? Because, like I said, you know, the likes of a Link Up TV, a Grime Daily, what's the other one? I don't know, World Star, whatever it is going to make these other ones popular, yeah? And it's going to make them popular because it's the underground. The underground will always be popular. I don't know why, but people like what they're not allowed to have. They like what's seen as bad. They just like it.
The underground is never as popular as popular.
Well, it will become more popular.
It becomes part and gets incorporated.
If it gets enough attention,
is what gets incorporated into parts of popular music. But for example, like I said, certain aspects of popular music that were around in that similar ilk, have faded out and have just been put down as one element of popular music that has come and gone. Right. So, for example, grime has come and gone in popular music. Yeah, we're now in the drill time. That is going to come and go in popular music. Okay, so again, it's a fad. It's a quick thing. It's a quick fix. It's like any brand new diet that comes out. It's just a quick fad that people are gonna jump on, that they push. But in the meantime, they know they're gonna get a music child or a Mary J. Blige or someone else like that. Yeah, that's going to sell and create the 5 albums that's in their album deals. They're going to sell the required amount, if not more. And they're also going to tour a hell of a lot and make a hell of a lot of money independently for themselves too, because they have that main fan base. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Now, yes, we live in the age where the internet is dictating what's popular and the more views and stuff like that and so on and so forth. But understand this though, with that wealth, yeah, and this is the point, right? You're getting people out there making millions off of YouTube, millions off of different social medias, yeah, of things on social media. So in terms of options, that is an option as opposed to being signed to a major label. You might not get on Kiss FM and Capital and so on and so forth. You might not get on there. But what it doesn't stop you from doing is getting your platinum plaques. It doesn't stop you from touring. It doesn't stop you from funding all of that yourself, which means that you make all your profit yourself. So there are ways to do it. There's many people now even that are doing that themselves now. They're not using these big labels to do their tours and stuff, and they're funding it through their album sales, and they're doing the slow route, and they're taking their time because patience is the key, and longevity will trump 3 years at the top. 25 years of getting consistent top 20s, 30s, and top 15 and 20 albums will always beat 5 years of one great album and a massive seller.
Do you know what? I agree with you, yeah. I just think that we're in the age of fast food. These ones nowadays, they're not like, you see, back in the day, we'd have artists like that. I don't think we're going to have the artists of the future ain't going to be like that. Unfortunately, you might have one or two, but the rest of them are, like you said, they're like, it's like a quick takeaway, quick fix, and then it's done with, isn't it? Like, and that's the way music's turning because of social media and because of certain platforms, because people like, they want things to happen fast. They don't want to wait no more. You know, we heard your tune. Where's the next one? I heard it now. I don't want to listen to it again. You know, like that. I'll listen to it maybe once or twice. Might even listen to it 3 times.
It's just, do you know what? It's just strange because, like, people like Drake, for example, and Ja Rule and different things like that. There's a section within the music industry that tends to mock people like that for making songs for the females, not realizing that actually, like 50 did it. 50 dissed Ja Rule about it, yeah, hard, and then went around and made a gal album for the ladies, and it was like, bro, could you be any more of a hypocrite? Like, but then at the same time, he must have shunned the guy for something, and then realized, hold on a minute, this guy just made a stupid amount of money off of this album because of these tunes of Ashanti.
Where would I be without my baby?
Yeah, he's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but guys, that's what I'm saying. We're still living in the past, innit? We're living the dream, innit? Like, we're living in the dream because right now we're in the age of young MA, whatever he is.
Oh,
and
shit, young man.
You gotta think like that's what it is, isn't it? Like, ooh, like that.
Yeah, but again, that isn't what grabs. That isn't what grabs the awards or the top album sales or none
That's
of
what I'm trying to say. You listening to it and you thinking that that's the majority of people. Just because those are the minority of people are making the most noise. That's not the majority of people. It's jamming to some young MA. No,
but the kids are jamming. No, this is the thing. It's the kids, the young ones. Like, I hear these tunes from the youngsters, innit? Like, what's the tune? I'll tell you the tune here that really disturbed me. There's a tune that really disturbed me. I
Just
don't
one?
know. Listen,
I'm disturbed every day, bro.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, yeah. And the thing is, it's a girl on this tune again, yeah. And when I heard this tune, this one disturbed me, yeah. And like, I'm not gonna lie, it was one of the youngers listening to it. One of the kids there, one of my own kids was listening to this tune, and I had to really question them about what are you listening to and why is that a thing? You know, why is it so specific as well? Like the song says something about let a Negro try me, I'ma take your whole motherfucking family, and I ain't playing with nobody. Or something. I can't remember what the hell it says. I'm gonna catch a body, but I said, hold on.
Oh, you're talking about Dej Loaf?
It might be. I don't know what her name is. I know it's a girl.
No,
Listen,
man,
you see-
I've got that tune. She doesn't sing that, man.
Bro, listen. She said, "Let a Negro try me. I'ma kill your whole motherfucking family." Bro, I said, "Yo." I had to pull them up like, "Yo, so who's the family killer around here? What?"
And that's
Is that-
that's a nice
that-
song. That's a song. That's a
is
good
that-
one.
Are you serious?
I'm
How's
sure
that a good song? She gonna kill his
Yeah,
family?
explain, bro, please.
No, I'm sure
Hey.
it's supposed to be a good vibe tune. What you got on there for? What you got on there for?
Brethren, go listen to the tune. Listen to the words of the song. You see, when I heard it at first, yeah, I was just hearing naughty, naughty,
Yeah.
naughty, and I thought it was just like I thought she was saying naughty. And listen, I turned up the tune. I said, "Oh, play that tune again." I said, "Play that again." And you see, when I said play it again, I turned it. You know when you turn up, proper turn up, yeah. So I've got this thing playing in the car on the big speakers. I said, "Yo, hold on, let me hear this again. That don't sound something that sound right here." She talk about killing family. No, sir, that can't run in now. I had to turn it off, Bridget.
Listen, I knew it was over with when I heard, and you see what I'm saying? Like I'm about to be a hypocrite because when that song came out about I'm gonna be on the weekend, like she could have you Monday through Friday, Thursday, and all as long as I get you on the weekend. I said, what kind of slackness is this going on here? But the reality is, every generation
has
had a side chick anthem. It's just part of the culture.
It's getting
we had You're My Little Secret. That's how Escape. Remember, we had You're My Little Secret. My mom and them generation had Me and Mrs. Jones.
Me and Mrs. Jones, girlfriend's boyfriend.
Going on. You said what?
Gwen McCrae. Remember Gwen McCrae?
Girlfriend's boyfriend.
Yeah, Gwen McCrae. You remember that one?
Yeah.
That tune. Yeah, there's a few. But again, these things are getting worse because just today, this morning, I heard Cardi B talking about her fella's so nice. If he had a twin, she would let him run a train.
No.
I can't cope. Like, literally.
I can't.
Hey, listen, I'm not being funny, yeah. But I can imagine, yeah, like, you know that how this female rapper thing's going, it's getting so explicit. Next thing you know, the next song we're gonna hear is just gonna be talking about I don't wanna suck your dick. You know, like that. That's what's gonna happen.
We've heard that, man. We've heard all of that, man. We've heard all of that. That's not a new.
That's all it's gonna be. That's gonna be the first line of the song. It's just gonna be straight porno, just bare porno business.
Bro, we're there already. We've been there. Cardi's pretty much there. Cardi's pretty much there. You hear what I said? She's talking about her brother and his twin. Like, she's not playing games.
She is the porno rapper, cause this is what I'm trying to say, bro. So it's like, you know,
she's trying to bury Little Kim. She's trying to bury Little Kim reputation. Listen, I have to go to work. I'll be back in an hour. Just 1 hour.
All right, man. Big up yourself, Miles. Big up yourselves.
But some of the great rappers, though, like you look at Biggie Smalls. Biggie Smalls said some weird stuff.
Yeah, him as well.
He said some weird stuff.
Some real naughtiness about kidnap people, things, and do what to them and what over bridge.
Hey, he said
who do you know that does that, bro? That you co-signing, bro?
Bro, a man said the girl something was so good he would suck on her daddy's dick and them thing there. I said, yo. Do you remember that tune?
I think my reception's gone.
Yeah, they got some mad tunes still.
Go on, say that again. He said what? He said
Biggie Smalls said something about the girl something was so good he would suck on her daddy's dick. I said, yo, I had to just say, hold on. You know, when you're giving a man the side eye, I can't even see his real face, but I'm looking at his CD cover, just giving him the side eye, like, bro, like, broski.
And that's the problem, because he said some big things, but he surrounded them in some flipping lyrics and the delivery. And it's like, you know, like when we're younger, it's only as we get older, you know, we start to hear that thing and it starts to resonate what he's actually said. And man's like, did he really say that? Like, who do you know that does that, bro? Like, who you rolling around? Is it Puffy? Is it? Do you understand what I'm saying, bro? Like, nah, it's crazy.
Brethren, I'm gonna be honest, yeah. When I was growing up, yeah, true say, like one of my uncles, he's a musician as well. He's into his reggae though. So he used to always cuss off hip hop music. He used to cuss all the rappers them. And he used to say they're all gay. Like he used to always be calling them gay. And like certain things he was saying, you know, it's like you can't argue with the man. You can't even argue with him because a man said something crazy. Like we had this CD, yeah. What is it? Cannabis. Remember Cannabis?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Cannabis must have said Cannabis must have said some madness in the song. He said, oh, he was talking about LL Cool J, wasn't he? He was like, he might got more cash than me, but he ain't got the skills to eat a Negroes like me.
Yeah. No, but he didn't mean it like that. No, he didn't mean it like that. He didn't mean it like that, though. He didn't mean it like that. He didn't mean it like that. No, he
Don't
didn't.
make Unc say them lines there, because when Unc say them lines there, he's picking them up. He said, nah, sir.
Yeah,
nah,
that's a Jamaican thing. That's an old school Jamaican thing. When you hear them kind of words, they just say, yeah, what him say? What him say? Eat what? Like, come on. That's how accusations start, bro. From some Jamaican not getting. Him say what?
Listen,
Eat what?
the biggest small CD almost got dashed out the car window, rude boy, yeah. Because, what did he say? He said something like, the pain on your brain is short like leprechauns as I crush so-called willies, fogs, and rapid dance. He was already in flipping hot water because he said willies. That I was already get inside that. And he said something like, he said, get in that ass quick, fast like Ramadan. It's the rapid phenomenon. You see my time it got to that bit there.
Yo, me a hijack it. Wait, hijack it.
And he said, what? He said, get up in that ass quick, fast like Ramadan. He was like, with a bomb.
You know what? Take the what?
Yo. I said, Unks. I said, Unks, man, don't mash up the CD though. Like, I'll take it out. I'm sorry, Unks. I apologize. You know, like that. Like,
sorry, I'm trying to show you. Like, this is the thing that I've always been like back in the day. My brethren. Do you know what, Drop Top? That's a big question, cause you see, back in the day, I was a Nas fan. Yeah, I preferred Nas over Jay-Z. I didn't like Jay-Z, to be fair. I didn't think he had any substance to him. But then as I've grown and he's evolved as an artist, he's ill, man. Jay-Z's big still, but back in the day it was Nas all day for me. But like now, obviously, Jay-Z, and in terms of the diss track, I don't know. Nas hit one of the hardest diss tracks of all time, I think, on that. If I'm honest with you.
You know what? I'm gonna be honest with you, yeah. I think conceptually wise, like for the things that he talks about basically, and the way he actually delivers his consistency, and for sticking to, you know, the roots that he started from, I would go with Nas still. Like as far as Jay-Z's concerned, I would say Jay-Z's good, but I'd say Jay-Z's a chameleon. In my eyes, he's a chameleon. He's very good at adapting and taking aspects of another person and roping it and adding it to himself, basically.
Yeah.
So
do you know what they said about him though? He never wrote, but they said he never wrote bars. He used to just memorize his bars and that in his head. And that in itself is if that's the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth, as they say, that's a mad skill within itself. And it then would put into context, I'd say, his lack of depth in his, you know, that Nas could throw some words around and some historical things and things like that.
Yeah, the concepts are crazy.
Yeah, but then that's because he sits down and sits and writes bars and so on and so forth. Whereas if Jay-Z is just doing it through his head, you'd say that the actual, I'd say it takes more skill to do that. I'd say.
I would just say that, what's the word? I would say Jay-Z is a better businessman. And I would say that Jay-Z is more of a crossover artist. if
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Do you know
Because I
what?
think as a go on.
Go on. No, go on, bro. Go on.
I think as a Nas, yeah, because he's got certain types of tunes, if he fully went Jay-Z on us, we'd be looking at him side eye like how we look at Kanye.
Yeah, but I also think though, because do you know who else is like Nas in that sense? Yeah, who's one of the
Right.
top, well, two of them actually, like top spitters and lyricists. Yeah, Styles P and Jada Kiss. Yeah, and when
But you know
hear,
what?
let me finish. When you hear them on tracks like with Mariah Carey and things, yeah,
Yeah.
they don't sound out of place on that. And
Nah.
even Jada says it himself in interviews where he says, "Look, the man them told me like I should be doing these tunes with these people and going commercial and smashing it because I've got the talent, I've got the voice." Because he does all of them in locks.
Yeah.
I've got the voice, so and the ability to do that. But they just
But they
refuse
were that
to
good,
stick
yeah.
to their
They were
style.
that good. They were that good that they were able to cross over into multiple generations. So for instance, as much as I would listen to a Styles P. My mum had Styles P. Do you understand? Like Styles P was loved. Like it still is loved. Even Jada Kiss, like Jada Kiss, I used to love her for Jada Kiss, but I learned about Jada Kiss from my older cousin. Same way I learned about Jay-Z from my older cousin. That was more like the older generations rapper. You weren't really like like we said earlier, Mobb Deep, that was more my guys, like more than Jay-Z, to be fair.
Bro,
like,
you know who showed me about Jay-Z? Kane. Not Big Kane, the other one. Yeah, he showed me that because again, he was a Jay-Z man. You get me? So he used to bump Jay-Z hard. You get me? He was a Jay-Z and Pac man, and I used to just be on my Pac. You get me? That was me, and that was me though. Pac and R&B fam. I was an R&B done. You get me? So I used to people like Nas and that. I like people like Nas because I'm like, yo, he's spitting something that I can hear, and there's a message in it, and there's education in it, and there's, even though as we get older we realize some of the education or some of the ideas in it might be pseudo, we still had something to look to in it that you can research and look up and so on and so forth. And that
but they had a different formula.
No, but that is why that's why I preferred Nas. That was all. In terms of style, because you think about party tunes, yeah, Jay-Z by far made the better party tunes. By far.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? So you have to think about it. Like you said, and you're right, Jay-Z was able, and was, because of his ability to do what he did, he was able to be more commercial, and he was also able to, I guess, he wasn't bothered about carrying a certain. If you think about it, his stance didn't come up as being like, "Oh, I'm this gangster dude." His stance was more like, "I'm a hustler, and we're big pimping, and we're about the Versace and the swagger." That's what he was more about. So even him,
but not to start off with though. Not to start off with. If you think about it, really and truthfully, yeah, Jay-Z starts off on the super fast rapping, like Jazzo, and what's the other one? He started sounding more and more like who's the guy that died again? Big L.
But you got to think about commercially, because even you got to think even Tupac was with World Class Wrecking, yeah, and he wasn't as big as he was when he went.
No, he weren't.
So you got to think about what made them transition.
No, but what did he do? When you say the transition, what I noticed is this year, this is why I say that he incorporates what's going on into himself. Like, yeah, first and foremost, he's the fast rapper, yeah. But when you hear of Biggie Smalls now, Biggie Smalls slows it down, but he's still got that kind of quick bounce to him. So I noticed that Jay-Z does exactly the same thing. He slows it down, but keeps that quick bounce to it. And then, Biggie's talking all of this big papa stuff, limousines and expensive cars and chicks and menage a trois and whatever. So next thing, Jay-Z's talking all this big pimping and, chicks and menage a trois and expensive cars and stuff. It's just like, when you see the thing like the beef with him and Nas, yeah, I noticed at that point, Jay-Z is like, he's trying to be a bit self-righteous, but Nas was the self-righteous rapper from day one. He was our self-righteous guy. So it's like, you're now trying to tick my box. I honestly think that that's probably part of it, what sparked it off, but that's my opinion. It's not fact. I don't know if that's true. But I think that that's what Jay-Z does. He goes through different transitions and he's good at marketing. He's a good businessman. He looks at the industry, says, all right, you know what? Right now, people are, maybe going through recession or whatever it was at the time when he decided to start talking money every minute.
Do you know what I'm trying to say?
But again, look at how he's transitioned though, because he's transitioned way away from that line. He to a point where he doesn't care about what's mainstream. He's gonna release his Jay-Z shit because he knows when I release, the world is waiting for me to release as the top boy.
JC and Beyonce as well. Remember that one? That one dropped. That was a hit as well. So you got to think that he's a smart businessman. He understands the industry in a sense of he knows what's in, what's out, and what's more than likely coming next. Do you feel where I'm coming from?
All right, next question. Go to the next question. Top R&B group of the 90s.
Flipping hell. We're going there, are we?
New Edition. And New Edition were hard, but I can trump that with about 3 different groups. But it depends on what.
New Edition. You can trump New Edition. You sure? You sure?
Yeah. Of course.
There's big superstars in New Edition, you know.
I know, but you're talking about individually, right? We're talking about groups. Yeah, male groups. R&B. No, we're talking about R&B groups. That's even bigger because if you're talking about male groups, that's a tough one. But then you talk about all groups, then you got to factor in people like TLC. Yeah, you got to factor in Boys to Men.
Yeah, I understand. No, do you know what? You're right, but then you got to understand. You see what you have to do as well. Yeah, I think it is fair to factor in the fact that, you know, if a group was successful, that's one thing. But if the group as individuals were all successful as well, that's got to be tremendous motion, man.
No, we can factor that. No, we can. That to be fair, we can factor that in. We can, but we're talking about R&B groups. If we're going to talk about, if we're going to do it, I'd put that as a subcategory as solo singer from an R&B group. And which
we could do that, We could do that,
produce the most successful R&B singers. But
you see, when you say that, more time, you're gonna find that most groups, like, aren't gonna be successful outside of a group. You might find a few individuals. You might find, like, on the odd occasion, there might be 1 or 2 in the group that was successful outside of the group. But
bro, Drew Hill Smoke New Edition. That's all I'm gonna say. Drew Hill Smoke there, fam.
He's going there.
Bro, and just for one song, like Cisco drops a Fong song, and that's it. That smoked the whole world, bro. That's it. Like, that's it, bro.
He's going there. I know, but here what I'm gonna say now. You're saying Cisco drops Fong song, but that's one member of Drew Hill. And that's all they got. That's the after Drew Hill done, the only ammunition left is Cisco, innit? True. With New Edition, we got Big Bobby to deal with, you know. That's just one. We just got Big Bobby to deal with, and that's one. That's a major problem. Then we got
Bobby's a probs.
We got Levert's in there. Oh shoot.
No, man, Levert were in there. Levert's from LSG, bruv. He was with Keith Sweat. No, he was with Keith Sweat and Johnny Gill, bruv.
No.
You're talking about they had Ralph Tresvant, bro.
Ralph Tresvant, you had Ralph Tresvant.
Come on, bro. Don't play with me, you know. I know my thing, you know.
Now, who's the other guy that was in New Edition? There was another one. I'm trying to think who it
was. Blackstreet, Jodeci, H-Town.
Blackstreet were bad.
H-Town.
H-Town were insane as well.
New Kids on the Block. I said, he's not accepting it.
Yeah, I'm not hearing it. I don't know what. You see, if you say something stupid like that, I'm not even entertaining you, bro. I don't know what's wrong with you. You on earth would come out with that?
Hey, they have bare number ones, blood. Don't ramp.
Yeah, Johnny Gill was in New Edition. I knew he was, man. You're trying to fool up my head,
bro. You didn't say Johnny Gill, you madman. You just said Levert. You said Levert.
Yeah, it was Johnny Gill. Yeah, it was Johnny Gill. It's the wrong one. It was the wrong one of
Ralph Tresvant. And to be fair,
Bobby Brown.
And to be fair, individually, the top 3 boys did their thing. I can't lie, but again, I don't think it trumps Jodeci either, because they were massive through the 90s. Then you had Let me finish. Then you had Casey and JoJo. Then Devontae brought through, Devontae brought through Missy Elliott in that girl group Sister. Yeah. Don't ever forget that. So Devontae as a producer brought through new groups as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you.
Because you have a thing as well when you think about the groups, the main protagonists in some of them groups like Blackstreet, Teddy Riley.
Yeah, Teddy Riley's a mess.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Like
That's my pick.
those people were producing for loads of other artists at the time as
Yeah.
well. The same
Yeah.
like Devontae Swing for Jodeci and things like that. They were smashing a lot of music. That's why, again, as I said, apart from, even though Boyz II Men never had as much solo art, not to be fair, because those guys in their fields doing Christian music, they mash up the thing still. They
Yeah,
mash
they
up the
mash up the team.
So
Like, you know
I'd say
what? I
Boyz II
can't
Men are the
deny
top
them.
group, full stop.
Listen,
Boyz
I
II Men are
can't
the top
deny
group.
Boyz II Men, yeah. But you see Blackstreet, yeah, that was something else to me. Like that was something crazy, bro. Because
Yeah.
Blackstreet, like, even now, if I hear some of them Blackstreet tunes, they are crazy,
Bro, I
bro.
still listen to them, bro. Singing the top
They
of my
are
lungs, man.
crazy.
Oh, even that, bro.
Blackstreet,
LSG, bruv. Levert, Sweat, and Gill. All three of
yeah,
them very, very big individually.
yeah.
In fact, Key Sweat tore up the 90s. Who can love you like me? Jeez.
Yeah, but that album though, that
Right.
LSG album, I don't think is as successful as them as individuals. So
No,
I
I don't
don't,
think it was. No, I don't
I
think
can't
it
put them on that plateau as a group. But
was.
as far as Blackstreet was concerned, their group success is undeniable.
Yeah,
So
Blackstreet were hard. Blackstreet were hard, different level. So I'm gonna go Boyz II Men. You got to put New Edition in there because they did go on with the thing still. I can't lie. And individually, they all smashed it as well. To be fair to them, yeah. Boyz II Men, TLC's got to be it. Oh, TLC, and you know what? They transitioned and they were part of it. Flipping out, Destiny's Child.
yeah, I suppose so. I suppose
It
so.
was in the 90s, fam.
You could have Destiny's Child. Yeah, yeah. When you check it, yeah. I remember before Destiny's Child, who was it? What was it? What were they called
SWV,
again?
SWV, TLC,
702s.
702, yeah, all them. Man said, "Oh, Bib DeVoe, you know." I was going deep.
No, Bib DeVoe. Hey, listen, you're digging in the crates there, cause
Yeah, Escape, you know. Come on, wanna gone too
Escape
far,
for hard,
no.
too.
Like, wanna come off
Escape
of
for
Google. Wanna put on Google. Yeah, Googling. Oh,
No, Escape for hard though.
112.
112 are bad. 112 are running things for a minute still.
112, bro. That's another
Undeniably.
one. And you know what? Another one,
Undeniably.
yeah? And they've got longevity. Jagged Edge, bro.
Yeah, Jagged Edge as well. They were running things for a minute. I don't think they was as successful as 112, but I think that over time, you know, they probably accumulated 112 kind of money still. So you can't really deny it still.
Yeah, they were big still. They were big.
They weren't like number one in the charts or nothing, no, like that. I don't think that was 112 number one in the charts though.
I think they had.
It might be.
Did they? I think they had a feature that went quite high. I think they had a feature somewhere, but I don't know about actually them being top of the tree like that.
Let me ask you.
But if you compare those artists to now, yeah, Ayo, they are more 2000s, but it's because they bust in that early time, in the late 90s, so you could kind of like put them in that category. You get what I'm saying? But yeah, their success definitely wasn't in thingy.
Apparently, they got 4 top 10 hits.
Ooh, 112.
Yeah.
What is one of them? One of them must be not Crazy. What's the other one? What is it? Doing. Is it Feature with Biggie?
Oh, then I might know.
Where the players dwell. Only sound make you feel good like Tony. Wake up in your women like Moni. What tune is that, man?
It says Only You. That's it. Only You. That's the song.
Only You. Yeah. Only You. Yeah.
Yeah. That song is I think that song was a top 10. That was like hold on, let me look on here. That says that one was number 4. It says Anywhere it peaked at number 2 on 430.199. I don't know. So it must be the 4th of the 30th of the 4th, 1999. That's what they're saying. They do their dates different in America, don't they?
Yeah.
It says Peaches and Cream was number 1. Flipping out. Love You Like I Did, Cupid, It's Over Now, You Already Know,
and I'll Be Missing You by Puff Daddy and Faith Evans.
Yeah, I thought
whatever.
there was a couple features on there. In fact, I was listening to
those
that
are
this
the
morning.
hits.
I'll Be Missing You. That come on the radio. They turn it up still. Just turn it up.
Yeah, they had a couple hits still. I don't remember 112 really being in the big charts like that, but on the for the people who love their R&B, they would know who 112 is.
But you got to think, enough groups, didn't really hit. Like Jodeci only hit the big charts with one tune.
Yeah, really.
And then it was Casey and JoJo that hit the big charts together. Get me? Because it's when Love You for Life came out. That's what. Because more people was playing it for weddings.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? It was the perfect wedding song, and so people thought, yeah, this is the tune. And then Casey and JoJo themselves came and made themselves something out of it. But as a group, as a cult band, Jodeci and those kind of groups were very, very popular in the R&B world, and those that were fans of listening to most of the time R&B, whereas the mainstream R&B bands like Boys to Men, they you know what I'm saying, they transitioned into that stage because their music was more accessible and less. Again, there was that thing in it of them being good Christian brothers and coming. You know what I mean? So yeah,
there is. You know what? There is that element, yeah. But I think let's be honest about this. If we're gonna talk like this, and we're gonna go into the reasons why a lot of these groups maybe weren't as successful as they should have been. It's a lot of it's to do with that color as well. Because if you think if you took a group like say Intro then or New Edition or one of them type of groups, and you gave them all white faces, they'd have been a lot bigger.
Yeah, but that's down. But you have to understand that's down to
because we were still in a transition. Remember, at that time, we were still in that transition period where we'd had a Michael Jackson who was like I think he was the first blackface on MTV, and then obviously you had the Box just come in. Remember the Box? So
no, I think Michael Jackson's video was it one of the first that was played? I think it might have been the first that was played.
I don't even know, but I know he was one of the first black. He was either the first or one of the first black artists to be on MTV. And then after that, once the Box came in, it just opened the floodgates because that's where man was seeing all of the tunes. Like when Warren G and them songs come out, man was watching it on the Box with the video. Do you feel me? So, for you to be on that Box at them times there, you had to be a big artist, innit? Someone had pumped money into you, innit? To be on such a big platform at the time.
Yeah,
nowadays, you won't see that as nothing.
Oh no, it was Video Killed the Radio Star. That was the first song on MTV.
Yeah, I don't even know. I just know Michael Jackson, he broke down the boundaries in it where, there was a time where, it just wasn't acceptable to have a black face singing a tune, in it. Like they would take the black man's tune and make the white man sing it. Do you feel where I'm coming from? So I think we was kind of still in that transition period, Like when you look at it, like for instance, yeah, there's a tune. I'm going to give you the example of why I think this as well now, yeah. There was a tune back in the day, yeah. I think there was a group called Silk. Do you remember Silk?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the man had a tune saying, "Let me lick you up and down."
Yeah. I know you're gonna talk about who did it? Who did the remake? I can't remember who done the remake. Who done the remake again? Was it E17 or something like that?
Nah, Dane Bowles. And
yeah. But E17 for tune as well, didn't they?
Me don't know, but all I know is like once Dame Bow will start singing that tune there was the biggest tune on the block. But it didn't sound no different, bro. It was the same bummer clerk tunes. It was like, nah, sir. So I'm not right about this. But I respect him for shedding light to the fact that, that's a big tune and people were missing out on it because, of their ignorance or whatever. But I think if some of them, artists were, young today, it would have done them a massive favor because they would have been even bigger.
No, do you know what? That's part of the issue as well. Part of the issue is the accessibility to music, number one. Number two, the way that music was played at the time, number two. And number three, the times that we live in. So like you said, over time, people have become more extreme and more things have become acceptable. So you think Luke, remember the group Luke? Sing and Two Live Crew and them they were banned all over.
Zero and them thing there.
Yeah, Zero and all that. They were banned all over the place. Enough of them was performing.
Do the
But enough of them are performing, right? And then going and doing performances and ended up with warrants because the actions and the behaviors were not seen as acceptable. So you got to think, right? Even now in the world that we're talking about of extremities, you got to think that tune would naturally become more popular as society changes. So more people would resonate with that song because the art of you got to think, yeah. When that first song come out, "Lick You Up and Down," bro, yeah, in the mid-90s, bro, yeah, I can guarantee you 90% of the brothers were screaming, whether it be privately or in publicly, well, it doesn't matter what they was doing, but 90% of the brothers in public were saying, "Man, don't eat pum pum."
I hear you.
So "Let Me Lick You Up and Down" wasn't something that man was, even though man it was a big tune, yeah. It's not something that man will be singing out loud and saying, "Yeah, man, just bought Let Me Lick You Up and Down," fam. Like, man will say to you, "Bro, so what you do? We are sing about." Do you understand what I'm saying to you, bro?
Nah, not if you was American. If you was American, it was cool.
Yeah, but in
It's always
America, you
been
have to
cool in
understand
America.
that music's competing with rock. Yeah, that music's competing with country. Yeah, there's other types of music, Latin music. There's other types of music that is competing with that's not going to make it be as
No, I
big
hear
as
you.
that.
I hear you. But the point I'm making is, yeah, you see, if they in Bowels, yeah, decided to sing any tune like that, it's gonna go number one. Like we just all we need is a white boy with a high pitched voice. Just make him sing the tune. It God, innit? Like, and this is the thing now, like where people don't even realize they're prejudiced because, like, you would make a black man sing the same tune and it will do less sales because some people just won't even buy the CD just because it's got a black face on there or whatever. I don't know what their problem is.
No, I'm not
Or maybe
co-signing that.
because
I'm not co-signing that. You know why? Back then, yeah, I know bare man them that didn't listen to R&B and them kind of tunes.
yeah,
Let
and that
alone,
too.
let alone
And
people that are not man them, not pop, not alone people that were part of that culture or not. Do you understand me? Like
no,
a
but the
lot,
white
a
boys
lot of
loved it.
aspects, a lot
Come
of
on, man.
aspects of our culture and music kind of became more acceptable in part of society a lot later than when those tunes came on, especially in the UK. Maybe not so much in America, but especially in the UK, that type of music was still very much not out there. So by the time Dame Bowers and that come in, Another Level, I think it was, or whoever it was, by the
Yeah,
time
it was another level.
those people come through, yeah, the music is now. There's a song that was a cult song in the past that was very big and popular, and you're gonna get the people that remember the song because the man them in school used to listen to it and they remember the song and they heard the song and thought the song was big and they was around the R&B man then, but they couldn't listen to it at home. But now they can listen to it because it's more acceptable. So there's that aspect to it. There's that aspect of
Nah,
it.
you know what? I hear you, yeah, but I'm being honest, motion, yeah. From back then till now, yeah, you have to understand, like, for instance, now, yeah, like, I don't know why, yeah, but for some reason, it's just acceptable, yeah, for a white man to that kind of clone a man style and be more successful. If that's been acceptable in the industry. Like, for instance, you look back in the day now, yeah, we had the likes of what's the guy's name? John B or their man there, yeah? Or you had that group where, you know, you had like the different they tried to put all the different colors of the rainbow in there, like that group, what is it, Shy or whatever?
All for One.
Drinking it might have All for One or whatever. You feel what I'm trying to say? So they do this, but they know the essence of this thing is black music coming out of our neighborhood. Really, they weren't singing like that. All of that jazzy stuff, that's where it's coming from, innit? Like maybe the Latinos were involved in it, but I can't see anyone else really involved in that. And then, like when it comes down to it, like when you're hearing all of these tunes, yeah, like what's the tune now? Like we said, the Lick You Up and Down and them thing there now, yeah. So when we was hearing them tunes, the CD that it's on, the music's too black for them, innit? But then when you put it onto Another Level CD and you put them tunes, like what's the tune they got? What's their other tune? No, I don't. And I wanna be alone. No more, no more. When you put it next to them little friendly little tunes, like, and you just like water everything down and just give them that one tune, it's like now it's selling in it. So it's like literally like a crossover. what I'm
Yeah,
trying
but
to say? And
it's
that's I hear you, but that's how I see it. I just see it as a crossover where it's like, do you know what? They've got their little thing. They had their little tune. No, I don't want to be alone. No more. They had their little dead tune in it.
But hold on, wait. How come you know?
There's
How
another
come
one.
you know about that tune?
Do you know what? I remember them though. I remember them. Like,
But this is the
Manzel
whole
met that
point.
guy.
How do you remember them?
I remember them because my sister had the CD. I've met the guy. I've met what's his name,
Okay,
Dane Bowers. I've
okay.
met
So
them.
it wasn't just white people that had the CD then, was it? That made it
No, my
popular,
sister had the CD too. But
right?
I'm
So
saying, like,
the fact that
I'm
they was
saying
a
that it was
UK
made more. It
band,
was made more acceptable to white people when he was singing it.
but pop music in general, and any music that is attributed to or as part of being part of pop music will sell. Doesn't matter
So
who
why?
does it.
So now we solved the problem. So why is drill so successful? Because you got to understand, you had different types of rappers in it. Yeah. So we had the likes of a Biggie Smalls, storyteller. Yeah. And he tells stories about, his life experiences, and, they might be a little bit cruddy on occasion, like that. Then we had, who was it? Then we had a DMX. Yeah. And his story was similar kind of thing where he's telling his story. It might get cruddy on occasion, but a different type of crud where this man's talking like, he's come from a really bad place. He's really angry. He shouts a lot, like that. But he's still a storyteller. Then we get Eminem. Now, once we get Eminem, this storytelling thing's become very acceptable now. It's accepted in all households now, isn't it? Now, all right, he tells his story, and okay, his one more involves, his delusional thoughts of wanting to kill his mum and, drown his baby mother or whatever. I don't know, whatever he talks about. Yeah. Now, once that becomes acceptable behavior to talk like that and to say things in theory, now anyone can be saying anything in theory. And now, it's acceptable for, the kids in those households now to walk around with their head shaved and to, listen to rap music and rap over beats. And, it's seen as trendy now. It's a thing now. It's skillful. That's a good skill you got there, son. We can go down the pub and you can show my mates that you can rap, like that. So now it's become so acceptable in every household. It's no wonder the drill's going to take over, because what everyone's going to do is when they start listening to the rap music now, the hip hop or whatever, they're going to say, okay, well, where does it start? Where does it come from? What's the essence of this thing? And they say the essence of it is the street. So if the essence is the street, they're going to look at what's going on the street. And then they're going to realize, you know what, that's already popular. So if I just jump on that bandwagon and just talk about what's going on in the street and talk about the worst elements of it, it's more than likely going to attract attention. And then, if that's not good enough, there's other ways I can get attention, like going out in the street myself and doing something controversial.
No, hey, but like I said, man, I'm gonna stick to my stance on it. I think it's a choice. It's a conscious choice that people make to decide to like I guess like especially bro, you know what? Especially those that don't live that life that rap about it or talk about it. More than anything, those are the ones I can't take, because you're promoting something. You're promoting something that you're not, or never would be, or never have been part of. And if you was part of it, you'd be X9 type guy. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So let's just that I can't take that kind of aspect of it. Like, just rap about how you got into the industry, man. Rap about love.
You see, I respect you saying that so much, yeah. And I'm of a similar nature, yeah. But sorry. I'm of a similar nature to you, yeah. And I had a conversation with someone else, and I was, taking a very similar stance. And what was said to me is, when you look at, for instance, then someone who writes a book, then Roald Dahl, yeah, or whoever, I don't know, whoever wrote Lord of the Rings, that person never lived that experience, but they're selling a dream, innit?
It's different.
So there's that element of it as well. There's that element, but I get you. It is different, though.
It's different. You know why there's not? You know why there's a difference? Because if there was a category within that music, that type of music that said fiction,
yeah,
and non-fiction,
yeah,
there's no categories to put them in. So this man can't come in, and no, obviously you can, Like you got a little that little rapper H that comes in and says, "Oh, I'm not a bad boy." Like, do you know what I mean? I'm on music and girls and so on and so forth and money. Like, and that's fine. Yeah, and he gets his respect for being that and being honest and upfront with it. And people rate him as a lyricist and as a little rapper. But for me, like I said, there's yeah, you can say, but books, what you're going to say about guys that write fiction. But when you go to the library to go and buy a book, or when you go online to buy a book, it will put it in a category of fiction or non-fiction. That tells you exactly what it is, so that you get to take it seriously. So we can't use that argument to something that has clear categories as to what's real life and what's not. We're talking about people that's portraying something they don't live, and unless it says this is fiction, yeah, we can't put it in the same. You can't even measure it. It's not measurable, literally.
Well, the thing is, now this is what a lot of artists' argument is going to be when, you know, when they're addressed about the fact that they talk about such controversial issues. A lot of them are going to use that as their argument and say, well, you know, what I'm talking about is theoretical, is fictional. This isn't real life. You know, I have seen things like this in my lifetime, but I'm not going to talk about real life situations. I'm just talking about things that, you know, I think, you know, are issues, you know, that I've seen that I find to be either controversial or popular issues, and I see it as something that's going to sell, you know. So to that effect, I think that the emphasis on, you know, trying to sell has taken away the element of trying to stand for something, if that makes sense.
Do you know what I see an element of in these things as well? Is that some people are given an opportunity coming from where they come from. And so, like, people like to see and support, I guess, people that are changing or reformed people, or people that are trying to do the best they can and come away from things and things like that. And I think that kind of stuff is as kind of is not what's happening anymore. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I just think that it's hard to put it, bro, but just it's not real, bro. It's not real. It's manufactured. It's all manufactured. Do you get what I'm saying? People ain't telling their life stories like how they told their life stories, bro. Like,
But
this
then,
ain't life story no more. This is literally like
is it
everything.
not fair to say though, yeah? Like, for instance, like a Notorious B.I.G. then, yeah? I saw the Notorious B.I.G., yeah? And I didn't see the bit where he's got the song. He says, "I got the package down in Maryland or something." The chick with the crack in the crack of her ass. I didn't see none of that. Like, I saw like a little bit of something going on, but I didn't see like it wasn't authentic to that degree where I can go into his lyrics and say that story there he's telling there. That's what happened in the film. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Even with the 2-pack, I didn't really see much hitting up going on. You know, like that. No, I didn't see a Brenda. You know, like that. So.
No, you didn't see a Brenda, but there are Brendas though, and that's the point. There are Brendas. So his story about Brenda having a baby doesn't necessarily mean that he knows a Brenda, or that there is that Brenda's got to be the person that we can see. The fact that we know that there are Brendas out there that are living in similar and worse situations to the Brenda in the story. Now that's different from telling a story to raise awareness and for us to see what's happening with the youngsters and with the youth in life. That's a totally different thing, because he's not, in my eyes, he's not glamorizing, he's not promoting youth pregnancy. He's actually showing the harsh reality of what's happening in something that's done in a way to provoke us to feel strong enough to be able to educate our young daughters. And for those young daughters that are out there, the tune will resonate for them. It's something to maybe for them to vibe to, for them to get comfort with, you know. And that's the power of someone like Tupac's music in that sense. When he came out of the hit 'em up type music, the power that he used, the power that he had in his music was also able to lift you, so he could bring you to that deep.
Do you know who I was looking for in the 2-pack movie? Yeah, you know, he's got that tune, I Ain't Mad At You. I was thinking there's going to be a brethren who went jail. He comes out, he's a Muslim. I was looking for the Muslim guy. I didn't find him, though. I didn't find him.
But obviously, I get where you're
Yeah,
coming.
but there's people. Nah, there's people that
There's still people who's in that situation. So he's talking about things
no,
that.
no, 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 no. There's people that was involved in certain situations he was in that are Muslim, bro. That
Yeah.
went and came out Muslim. Trust me, there's people that were in his situations. There's a difference. That's what I'm trying to say to you. Tupac, certain things he wrote from a personal aspect were things that he lived, but not only lived, but things that he genuinely believed. Do you get what I'm saying? And then there was
No,
stuff.
it probably did happen in real life, but I'm
No,
saying
let me
in the
finish. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish. And then there were aspects of his of his lyrics that he put down that weren't things that he lived, but they were there to motivate and inspire and for us to be awoke to, right? And then there was
Yeah.
other aspects of his rap that I'd say were probably fictional and an exaggeration on certain things. And also some of it is about talking about intention or desire as opposed to have done.
And it was artistic at the end of the day. I think like I said, like when I watched this movie, like I'm looking out for these little things in it because I've listened to the album and I'm saying, do you know what? He's got this tune, he's got this. So I'm looking out for little things and saying maybe he had a Muslim brethren that's going to pop up in the film at some point, or you know what I'm trying to say. But obviously, the film's not streamlined against the music like that. Same with the BIG movie, it's not streamlined against the music like that. So I definitely get you that, in their real life, there's probably more elements that, would tailor to the stories that they've told. Or,
Yeah, because even like Chip here in one of his tunes that he's dropped on Stormzy, he's got a little bar in it where he says like, bro, like, what do you want to do? Call my brethren, and he's on bail, or he's just come home from a kidnapping. Like, bro, I want my brother on road. Why am I gonna call him to beef you? No. Are we gonna turn around and say, oh, that's not real life? We don't know his boy. It's a probability that his boy has been to jail for that and he wants to see his boy home, so he's not gonna promote that kind of stuff. So I'm not gonna say that he's not spitting real life, but it's relevant to what it is. Do you understand what I'm saying? To what he's dealing with? But the fact that he's put that part in it, and that's the other part of it as well. Like someone like Chipmunk is a real grown man in that sense because he's pulling you up, he's pulling a man up on his behavior. Like, bro, you're talking about you're this kind of character and you're coming to roll up at my yard. Over what?
But is this part of the problem as well?
What's needed. Call a man out, man. Call a man out for his foolishness. Definitely.
Is that part of the problem as well, though, in the sense of, because we've had rappers like that who, have spoken so much reality, like, for instance, you got like a DMX then. I believe DMX. When he's talking all of that, I'm slipping and falling. I believe him. Like when you hear his story, then you hear that he was, smoking like crack cocaine and stuff, and he must have been losing his mind at points in his life, I'd imagine. So when I hear his tracks, like, I believe his persona. I believe he is who he acts like he is. Maybe every little element of every story isn't.
But then you could also put down that actually when he's talking about like for example the omen and things like that, he could be talking about the drugs.
He could be, yeah.
He could be talking about the voices in his head as a result of the drug abuse and stuff like that. So
yeah,
but again, those kinds of things make it relevant because when he puts his tune like Slipping out there, like literally it puts everything that he says into context.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? It's deep like that. And that's what I'm waiting to see. I mean, there's no popular at the minute drill track where I'm seeing any of those things put into context by any artist. And I guess once that if that happened in some way, people would, I guess, not so much resonate, but maybe come from a place of more understanding as to why people feel the need to keep talking the same story. Because, but again, without that context, we're all just going to be like, yeah, well, it's just man chatting rubbish, isn't it? Like, I can
agree with you. I can agree with you in the sense that, he's the way he acts, even the way he's rapping and he starts growling and stuff, like he acts like an animal, he's acting like a dog, innit? So I'd imagine that, a man in a drug-induced high, who's, maybe a bit out of his head, he's got a lot of controversial things in his life going on as well. He's upset with a lot of what's going on around him in his life, He's got nothing left to lose, innit? He's just wilding out now, innit? He's just letting the animal instincts loose.
and maybe the drugs enhanced that and made him even more excitable. And hopefully, he can come out of the drugs and all of the rest of it. But I'd imagine that it definitely had an effect on the way he was, marketed. The type of persona he was putting out there, the people that were surrounding him, X, Y, Z. You know what I'm saying?
It's crazy, man, because that's the other point, innit? Like, there's something in the industry that drives a lot of people. I can't say a percentage, and I wouldn't say half, because half would be unfair, but it does drive a lot of people to all kinds of things. And yeah, like in terms of the levels of drug use and certain other things like that. I mean, I was researching earlier and having a look about celebrities or former musicians that serve time for serious crimes. And upon the first glimpse, a lot of them were like rock artists and stuff like that. They tended to commit some serious crimes, as well as some of the hip hop artists, and they seem to be the two more regular extremes in terms of the two types of music. But I was surprised as to some of the names on the rock one, which was, yeah. And to be fair, I didn't expect to see as many as I did. But then, yeah,
But listen,
you look at the people that listen to that music or make that music, and you could probably argue that they maybe feel equally as disenfranchised with society as maybe the brothers do in some aspects in some countries.
But maybe there's an element of people here, like I was saying, when I listen to DMX and listen to some of them albums, I hear it's like he's almost the animal coming out of him. Maybe a lot of people are experiencing these animal instincts, and sometimes people, they want to see other people hurt. They want to hurt people. Maybe they've been hurt and they want to hurt someone else and be on the other end of the spectrum. I don't know what goes through people's mind.
I think it's the drugs, I think some people take it to cope. Like I said, there's a lot of people. You look at someone like, even like a singer like Amy Winehouse, who was naturally shy, who naturally didn't like the limelight, but being the talent that she was in the limelight. And the more that she got, I guess, the more she probably cringe at the thought of being in it. And then she needs to cope with that within herself.
That's interesting that you say that, because obviously, being a musician myself and knowing a lot of people who've been in the music industry, I know there's a lot of drugs going around. I don't know an artist that hasn't been offered drugs at some time. It wouldn't, to me, that would sound nonsensical. Maybe there must be a what is it, like a gospel? You have to be gospel or something, in it. But once you're in certain crowds, people are doing drugs, isn't they? Someone's gonna either offer it to you. Like, not everyone's gonna have the strength and character to say no. Like that. Or some people will have their limits. Like a man will say, "Listen, I smoke weed. That's it. I ain't doing nothing else." Like that. But some people, they ain't gonna have that same result.
Yeah, and some people are experimenters, right? Some people like to experiment and try new things and think, "Oh, I'll try it once, and never do it, and then end up in positions and in compromising situations and think, "Oh my God, I've done that." So yeah, I get that, and it's an adventure. Listen, I'm not gonna lie, it's an adventurous world, and you hear so much things about the history, and I say it's difficult to decipher what is real and what's not real. For the most part, it's not. You can see what's real and what's not real. You can research and look into things, and see certain things. But it just, yeah, man, we just gotta take it. I think people need to, some certain types of music, like I was saying before, right? I don't know about banning, because like I said, the question that the young man asked was a valid question, and I believe that without, like you said, having options to change. So, for example, a record label saying to a man, "Well, you know what? If they ban drill music, Yes, big up yourself, Kane, brother. If they ban drill music, what we'll do is we'll take the same drill beats and the same heavy bass lines from drill and the riffs, and we'll keep going with that. And all we'll do is we'll change the vibe and how we talk and what, do you know what I mean? And little things like that. And I think, like you said, that I still believe it's a level of immaturity and inexperience that says, oh, well, if I can't do drill music, I'm gonna go back to trapping. And it also, some would argue it's an element of control. But do you know what I mean? Like, oh well, if this happens, I'm gonna just go back to badness. Then, like, it seems like a really, really childish way of trying to gain control of the situation. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, if you get rid of my music, then you know what? I'm gonna just be a menace to society. I'm just gonna mash up society. Then, like, it's quite petulant if you think about the response. If you think about it, you know, in any kind in that way. And God knows how. I mean, it was put in a song, so it's not going to be put in the way that, you know, I'm probably describing it. But some people might look at it like that.
Yeah, no, I hear you still. I hear you. But at the end of the day, people want things to be the way they want them. They don't want them to be the way they are half majority of the time, I think. You know, people just want what they want out of life, innit?
But the other thing is as well is most of the people, like for example, I was watching the behind the scenes for the Gigs tour, yeah, and you look in his crowd, bro. It's not man them in the crowd. That's the other. It's not man them in the crowd. It's not man them in there singing line for line and bar for bar.
Man them ain't buying that music and going out and standing in concert to look at a man on the stage like that. Like, no, who's doing that? Like, it's gonna be girls at the shows, isn't it? But ultimately, like we said before, it's because it's popular music. When you're playing on Radio 1 and you're playing up and down the country, regardless of, even if, let's say for instance now, yeah, you was that street style rapper, and the rest, the real street rappers and the real street just thought you was whack. They don't even care. Like, it's on Radio 1, isn't it? Like, them little girls are still going to your show. They don't business, isn't it? As far as they're concerned, you're flipping. I don't know who the example would be, but you know, it don't matter if you're flipping. What's my name? It don't matter if you're Gigs or you're AJ Tracy. You're gonna get the same respect in it, like from the people outside the box. You where I'm coming from?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I hear you. But again, certain people are in the limelight for different reasons. Now, for example, the accessibility, Gigs is not going to have the same amount of female followers as someone like AJ Tracy. Do you get what I'm saying? Because there's different marketing. He will, don't not to say that he won't, but he will have a different level. Women with a different aspiration, different thoughts on what and different feelings about what they like in a man. So they're both going to get different types of women that like them, number one. But I'd maintain someone like AJ Tracy's got a bigger would have more of an audience.
You see what you say there, yeah? I'm gonna be honest with you, yeah. In my honest opinion, I don't think it matters which one is there. You're gonna probably get the same dega girls at both. And the fact of the matter is this: they ain't got nothing to do anyway. And you know what? It's a name, innit? Once a name's on the bill, people just want to go. Like, I don't know. It's just weird. Like, it's just because you're a name now. They want to go to your thing now. And it's, even if they had to pay, like, say, like, for instance, they said, you know what, it's in a little club that you've been to before, and it's not a massive venue. But you know what? They're charging a bit extra. It's usually a $5 or it's a tenner. All right, we got away with a tenner. That's how they're thinking. If we had to go to a concert, it could have been £30. It could have been, because it's a big name. That's what people get gashed. I don't know why or how they do it, but it happens. In fact, I do know why and how. It's the radio and the TV. If you see something enough on the TV, like if I see Idris Elba's face enough on the TV, as far as I'm concerned, he's made it. He must be rich. Even if he was poor. Even if he was poor, he could do it.
That's the other thing with these tunes. The radio stations nowadays play tunes so much. I can be driving for 3 hours and hear the same song probably
Repeat
4
it
or 5
again.
times. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's just on repeat constantly as well. That's the other aspect that that commercial radio has in terms
Yeah,
of
but that's how you know someone's either getting paid off or they've got a strategy.
mm,
Can't work no other way. Do you know like that? Otherwise, you just play everything, and you'd want to keep playing new stuff all the time because you'd want to keep your listener entertained. But that's not the real thing that they're trying to do here. What they're trying to do is drone things into your head,
mm,
like that. So looking at it from that perspective, if they've selected, these the roadman rapper or the drill rapper, whatever we want to call them, and they've said this is one of the main things we want to drone into the heads of the youths and to the people who want to listen to Radio One, Charlie Sloth or whatever it is they're playing it on. That's it. It's a choice that's been made by someone high up in it. Like that. The grand youths didn't kick off the door and hold a gun to no one's head, or the drill youths or whoever. They didn't do that. It's not their fault. I can't blame them, innit? If the radio said, listen, we'll open the door to you guys, we'll let you do fire in the booth, we'll let you do it all. Yeah, and we'll let any amount of these rappers come through as long as you're not talking about killing people or crud or drugs or anything like that. No references, nothing. If they did that, then they wouldn't have a choice, would they? The Jews would have to change in it. They'd have to change the music, change the dynamic, but they're not going to do that because they know the moment they do that, like Grand Daily, they're just going to go up, like that. Link Up TV, they're gonna go up. All of these other platforms are just gonna go up. Where I'm coming from, and that's
yeah,
why.
and that's the thing in it, monopolizing the industry. It's something
Yeah,
that Kanye talked about within fashion as well, wasn't it? About
yeah.
a certain amount of families that monopolize the whole industry.
That's
And
why they always win. They like
mm,
not that they like not that someone else couldn't be successful. Some of these artists could be successful in their own rights. Do you know like that? The
mm,
likes of whoever, who I've named before, a Diggity or flipping actually almost say the name, I shouldn't say that. Who else? I don't know, man. Like, or Russ or whoever. Like, any of these little drill artists just drilling and killing. Yeah, like they could be successful in their own right. They could market their own product, but there's disadvantages in that as well.
mm.
Do you feel where I'm coming from?
But again,
Whereas,
we're in the age of downloading and websites now.
yeah, but this is the thing. You can use these platforms like a Grand Daily or a Link Up or whatever, as far as these kids are concerned, and you're going to get hits, you're going to get views, and that can put you places. Now, majority of the views that are going through a Grand Daily or a Link Up or these types of platforms where the drillers are drilling, like the majority of it is people talking about killing, and it's very popular. Do you understand? The killing talk is very popular. So maybe they feel a little bit scared to step outside the box as well, for fear of losing fan base.
Mm, and that's the other thing as well, because there is a lot of pressure on artists to maintain the status quo.
Yeah, you see
In
it.
that sense, that I do feel like that from the communities that they're from.
Mm.
Yeah, and not surprisingly and alarmingly, from the communities that they're from, the same communities that are affected by the things that these people, some would say, glorify or rap about or say that's part of their lives, or things that they've seen or had to do. And so the fact that an artist can potentially say, do you know what, I'm done with this music kind of thing. It's not for the betterment of people. There's too many youngsters dying. Let me change the vibe and try and do something different, and maybe work with an Ed Sheeran or someone like that. And then you're seen as a sellout and all kinds of things, and you've sold out the music and you're not being real to your roots and the core of your music. But really, aren't you just a musician?
Yeah, and then in that sense, yeah, like this is why I'm saying to you, like, to an extent, is there an element of, people don't care enough. We're here having a conversation because we care, and then I've heard many people having a conversation. So people do care. There are people who care, but maybe it's not enough. And maybe the people who don't care, they're the majority, and as far as they're concerned, okay, maybe people lost their life to this, but we love drill and we still want to drill and we want to kill. and we like it, we enjoy it, and we don't want to lose it. We're holding on to it. You know, even some of the older people, even there's some big people, you know, there's grown men listening to drill, grown ups.
No, true. And to be fair, look, there's certain beats that come and I'm like, yeah, I like this beat, I like this bass line, I like certain aspects and certain elements of it. Then I hear certain parts of it and I'm like, oh, for flip's sake. But again, I don't think I'm not gonna be in. I'm not one of the people that I feel is at threat listening to that music. Right, I'm not gonna get up tomorrow and start walking around carrying a knife. I don't. Do you know what I'm saying? That's not me. So I don't feel like that music's going to influence me in any way. But there are going to be young people that hear that might even just be fearful, might decide to carry one just out of fear.
Yeah.
Doesn't know nothing, heard a couple songs and then walks up out on the street. There's going to be people from different races that are going to hear that music and and approach with caution or be very cautious around you. And some may even go to the extent to avoid you and people that look like you and the likes. Do you know what I'm saying? So
Or seek to exploit you.
or seek to exploit, and there's going to be some that are going to seek to point you out and make you a target based on how you look and the things that I said in those musics. So whilst we can agree that there's an element of the industry itself being at fault and the problem, and also our communities for putting the pressure on these artists to maintain the status quo or to maintain the street vibe that we believe they came up with and not lose that and not think about commercial gain and actually having longevity and providing wealth for their children and their children's children and their children's children's children. But that's another question. And then we also have to also say, well, actually, as an artist, there are other avenues in which you can still make tens of millions of pounds, dollars, whatever, and not conform to what the mainstream want to do. Do you know what I'm saying? Yes, melanated, big up. Same topic. We're gonna go for about another 20 minutes or so. Well, it's gonna go to about 6:30 UK, and then we're wrapping up. But jump on melanated if you want to, man. Feel free. Kane, jump on as well, brother, if you want to. The link's in there. You got me. But yeah, I just feel like I said. So whilst there's elements of everyone to blame, I do think there can be people can make a stand. And I think the more people that will make a stand, knowing that the fans love the music, and once you've gotten your, if social medias was provided you with the platform and the exposure, and the degree of wealth, um, there isn't necessarily a need to, because at some point the public are going to request it to be played anyway. And the only reason these stations won't allow it is because somebody that's a higher up or a big wig isn't making money from it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So there is an element of control over it. And how many of these young artists that are making this music own the actually own the music? How much are you making of that music each time it's played? Do you know what I'm saying? Who's making the lion's share? Now, would you prefer to make 10% of 1 million or make 100% of 750,000? Do you know
I
what I'm
hear
saying?
you. But then that 100% of 750,000 could still be 100% of nothing. So, you know, people take their chances where they see fit in it.
No,
Like,
but
you know,
these boys ain't got nothing. This is the whole point. These boys haven't got nothing. They're not. They may have come from nothing, but none of them are sitting down there. They're all funded. They've all made. Remember, you know, they've all funded studio time over how many years and months and things like that. None of them just come up and just wrote a song just like that. Do you know what I'm saying? It was all funding studio time and all kinds of things before that.
Okay. I hear you. I hear
and
that.
getting little bits of exposure. So it's not like they weren't out there doing the groundwork. It's not like they weren't out there getting exposure. It's not like they weren't out there making the money, whether it be by hook or by crook. That's
Yeah,
it.
but then, in that case, you have to imagine that some money had to have been invested in them to keep them afloat over that period of time. Or maybe they're just young because they live at home with their mum and dad. They didn't have any worries in the world. Okay, cool. So in that respect, what's happening is, like you said, it's an exploitation thing where people are always looking for a job. They're not looking to do things that for themselves. So rather than being an independent artist then and doing the hard groundwork and running around promoting yourself, paying for pluggers, paying for promoters, paying to or getting onto blogs or however you do it, what they're going to do is they're going to say, all right, you know what I can do, which is a lot easier, is I can get some kind of controversy behind me, get a song made in a good studio, whatever the cost is, and that's going to be my only cost. Because by the time that hits the radio, everyone in the street knows me. Everyone's calling out my name. Everyone's going to keep requesting my song, or they're going to keep playing it on Instagram and Spotify or whatever. And that's going to get me the rise that I want. If you know where I'm coming from.
Mm, yeah,
So it's
no, I
like,
hear what you're saying, but I just think obviously you got to look at it from, for me, I can see it, from people like Natty's point of view that's come on. That's
yeah, no, you lot are right though. You lot are
where
right. Like people should want to do the hard graft, but people want the easy way out. That's the
no,
truth.
but I'm just talking about the like literally the whole music and on trial kind of thing, and
Mhm.
the stance that Natty's got, because there's an event that's happened, unfortunately, where a young man's life is lost. Rest in peace, that young man. Um, and I'm assuming because of mistaken identity, number one, and number two, being in the wrong place at the wrong time. And again, I'm making an assumption here, a seemingly innocent young man that was not partaking in any kind of gang crime, gang culture. Um, no, I'm not. I can't say that categorically, and I can't say that is absolute fact. But that's why I put the word assuming there. So don't shoot
Mm.
for that. But either way, like I'm saying, yeah, and for him, he's probably looking at it like the way a lot of people look at it, like this music is promoting this behavior and it needs to stop, it needs to be shut down, because the more it's promoted. And I think also the other aspect is because, like, even if I can see that there's young kids that are not from London and certain areas that are starting to carry on and behave a certain way, um and other people are noticing it, then you're going to get people that are going to be it's going to be alarming to people to know that actually your child, a lot of children that are doing these things, their parents still tidy their rooms, and man, that's, you know what I mean, they still empty their school bags and things like that for them. Do you know what I mean? Like, and
Mm.
make their beds and things like that. And so they're out there doing these things, and the parents are seeing it. But they also sit hearing the music that they're listening to on their phones and when they're with their friends and what they're saying. Do you know what I'm saying? And so they feel like there's a root, because before this music came, my child wasn't acting like this. And it's the same with in America, like when I can't remember which president it was, or governor, which one it was, but he was talking about the rap and rappers and the music and what it brings with the rappers and trying to ban it and stuff like that. And people said it before, and Tupac said it in one of his songs. Remember, they don't care about us.
Mm.
Um, and Tupac said it right when he says the people don't worry about the music when we're sitting here broke, and they don't care when we're sitting here broke, not making no money and spending more money than we're making on studio time. But the minute that your child starts to listen to me and sing my lyrics and walk around, now you feel like I'm a threat. Now you give a damn about what I'm doing. But it's too late for that, because I've worked, busted my gut. You didn't provide me with an opportunity before. And now I'm doing this. You want to stop me.
Mm.
So there is that element. I get it totally. I get that as well. And I get where the young people and why they may feel like, actually, especially the ones that have come out from places like prison and all kinds of things like that, and are using the music as a way out of it. but they're rapping about the only thing they know, I guess. Do you get what I'm saying? Until they live a different life, that they're rapping about the only thing they know. And so you could say that, yeah, in some ways there could be an element of exploitation.
Yeah, but then is there not still the argument that, you know, that's the real root of the problem, that it's sending the wrong message to the youths then, when someone can, you know, do all of these atrocities, even commit murder, kill someone's child, and then you can still be successful and go on to have a successful career as a rapper?
Nah, because then you don't what you don't want is people to take that saying or that education in its literal form and then think, well, actually, I've got a free chance.
Yeah, but in a way, isn't that not saying that they're literally thinking it in those words? That impression when a man, for instance, could go to jail for stabbing, killing someone, or shooting someone, or, you know, some type of atrocity to someone else's family member, yeah, and then you can come out of jail and be revered as, you know, some kind of bad man gangster, and still make it as a rapper and get all of this reverence because of it, and, you know, make massive amounts of money and live comfortably and live happily ever after.
Yeah, but I think that, so for example, nobody looks at Malcolm X serving prison time. I don't think anybody would look at him in the same way. And obviously it's different to music.
Did he murder someone?
No. Did he murder someone? No, it was robberies, wasn't it?
I don't think he murdered someone. I don't know.
But the point I'm saying is you can't use someone like, when you talk about someone like Malcolm X, that's a reformed character, because that's the point, in it. It's a reformed character. Yeah.
Reformed character, yeah, is reformed character. But the thing is now, emotion, yeah. Like,
let me finish what I'm saying first. Let me finish what I'm saying. So you're talking about a reformed character, yeah? So now you may have a reformed character, but that reformed character doesn't Malcolm X doesn't come out to then start talking about man's out here robbing and so on and so forth. He didn't do that. He came out.
That's what I was just gonna say.
Yeah.
Do you feel me? So is that, like, don't get me wrong, yeah, like Malcolm X, yeah, you could bring that argument if Malcolm X was killing people or stabbing up people, then going to jail and coming out and chatting about it like it's fun and making it popular. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So to that extent, is that really reform? And then if that's gonna get popular to a person's gonna be, you know, making millions of pounds on top of it, is that a slap in the face to the family of the person whose life you got took? Do you know, like that?
And they may feel like that, and I think they'd be entitled to feel like that too, because I think you're making money and glorifying something off of something that we've lost of and can't be replaced. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I'd agree with that in that sense, and I could understand people feeling like that. And I could also understand people feeling like that have lost somebody, full stop, to that level of crime. It doesn't necessarily have to be that person that committed the crime, but just the fact them talking or rapping about it or putting it in a song may bring back and bring in certain emotions that
that's maybe why there's certain backlash, like when you're getting all these retaliations and all these stabbings and whatever's going on, because a man's gonna say, okay, all right, you're getting big now, but you killed my brethren, or you stabbed my brethren, injured him, he's paralyzed now, or flipping out, or disabled, or whatever. You've done something heinous in it. So those people haven't forgotten, in it. Like, they're waiting for a chance to get you back. They're thinking, nah, if I don't get you back, you've got away with it. You're just sitting scot-free. Got away scotch-free, basically.
It's mad. It's crazy. But yeah.
It's a mad cycle, bro.
It is a crazy cycle, but yeah, you're right though. To question whether or not somebody's actually reformed to be talking on the same wave. That's a deep question, to be fair.
It is a deep question, because in reality, yeah, if you've done something, yeah, like for instance now, yeah, say like I went to jail because me and a man got into a fight. I didn't mean to kill the man, but he died. If I did mean to kill him, even I meant to kill him and he's dead. Whatever happened now, yeah. But I've gone to jail. Now I'm reformed. Now I'm saying that I've killed this man, but I'm unless he's done something like, for instance, say like he raped my child or something, I ain't sorry, innit? Yeah. But other than that, you know, some kind of crazy thing that if he hasn't done something like that, it was just a bar fight or something over something stupid. You know, I'm supposed to be sorry, innit? Supposed to be apologetic. If anything, I want to apologize to the family, not advertise what I did all over the flipping internet and, you know, possibly the TV, you know, about me killing their family member. So they have to sit there and listen to that for the rest of their lives and watch me gloating about it. Do you feel where I'm coming from? And I think that when we look at it like that, you know, it's a sad state of affairs. It's just very sad. Like, and the thing is that, you know, as a black man, yeah, like things like this, like I think about frequently, and I think to myself, like, I'm like you, I want to see change in it. I'd love to be one of the progenitors of the, you know, promoting the change, you know, like that. But at the same time, I still understand that people are going to be who they are, innit? And some things like, it's like, I don't know, it's not that you can't fix some things, but it's like some people don't want it fixed. There may be people, you know, from our own community who have agendas where it suits them. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? For things to remain how they are. Does that make sense? And that's not just our community, that's all communities, you know? Everyone's got their own agendas with these things, innit? So, you know, the people at the top, they got their agenda. The people at the bottom, they've got their agendas. You know, same way, even just a little kid that's flipping, you know, he's trying to get in. He's got his agenda. I just want to get in. I just want to be the superstar. I want to have some money. I want to be in the German bit. I want the girls to scream my name. I want to be that guy. So he's got an agenda. Now, if we take that position away and he can no longer be that, you know, is he still going to hunger for it? Is he still going to yearn for it? Is it going to change? Is it going to stop the problem? Like that.
But then the thing is as well, if he's that hungry though, like for example, the youngsters that were hungry before that, they all sang and did and rapped and done the music that was necessary for them to be successful within that time, right? So during the era of gangster rap, people made gangster music. During the era of certain types of rap and certain types of music, people made that type of music for that era. And obviously there are little small sections in terms of the whole encompassing version. So for example, you got the hip hop and then you've got gangster rap and different types of rap and different elements of it. And then you've got, you know, the same within rock music. You got your all encompassing and you got your different elements of it as well. And so you look at that, yeah, and you say to yourself, within each of those elements, there's an element that glorifies something that's undesirable. Now, is that to do with, say, for example, is that the people who sing it, is that their makeup, or is that them being told? Because I've heard accusations of actual artists not actually writing that much of their songs, certain artists, and then being given songs and they're actually not making as much money as what they portray. And so the young men are being sold pipe dreams as well on top of it.
Yeah, but where money is involved, a lot of people's morals go out the window. And I think that's where my mind's kind of at with things like, you know, if you said to a man, for instance, if you said to a man, I'll give you £200 to be a gay rapper. Yeah, even if you're not gay, just rap like you're gay. Just lie to the people. I'm going to give you £200 a week. A man might be dubious. You might say, this is my reputation right now, B. I can't do that. But if you say to a man, listen, I'm going to pay you 50 grand a week, he's going to start thinking. Do you feel where I'm coming from? His mind is like, the moment he starts thinking, you know, like he's budging, isn't it? He's moving, isn't it? His mind's thinking about the money. It's become more important than his credibility or his integrity. Now, some people, you know, value credibility more than integrity. Some people the other way around. Some people, they have a, you know, a balance. They value them both the same. But I think like my integrity is definitely more important than credibility with other people, as far as I'm concerned. Because I'm always gonna know what I've done in it. I'm always gonna know. It's gonna be with me till the end.
So would it be extreme then, yeah, in some ways to say there's an element of sacrifice where knowing that potentially someone might get influenced by this music or by what you're saying, but because the riches on offer outweigh or are more than what you can actually calculate in your mind or even work out to be, in that sense that people will just they'll take that goal and go against what they actually believe in.
You're gonna go there at the end of the show, Mosh. You're really gonna do that, cause
What?
you can't go there at the end of the show, cause we're like, that's deep. You went deep. You went way deep. You're digging in the crates now. So, like, I'll give you the quick answer on that then, the quick as I can. But like, let's be honest about this whole music thing, innit? Like this whole entertainment industry, you know, it's based on idol worship. So when you start talking about sacrifices and things like that, you know, it starts to make sense in one aspect that, you know, when people are dealing with demons and them thing there, that's what they're doing, isn't it? Sacrifices, isn't it? Like, and a lot of people, like, when they're getting involved in things, they don't necessarily know the full logistics of what it is they're doing. So, you know, for all these people who want to be idols, you know, that's what you're really looking at. You're looking at, you know, people worshiping you, innit? You know, being on the screen X amount of hours a day, and people worshiping you on the screen, you know. And then, you know, when we're dealing with idol worship, yeah, like all of these idols, you know, that's what people was doing from way back when, and they were doing sacrifices to idols, innit? Yeah.
So it's
Now
part
people are doing, well, now people are doing sacrifices to become idols. Do you know what I'm trying to say? That it's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
Well, who's gonna sacrifice?
Well, when I say sacrifice, yeah, like when you said sacrifice, what prompted in my mind is when you talk about these guys who make the drill music, and then, like, for instance, they stabbed someone or someone died, and then they rap about it. Do you know what I'm trying to say? And they put it into the tune, and they're laughing about it with their brethren and stuff. Like, is that not similar to sacrifice, especially when you're using it as a way to popularize yourself and become an idol? Do you know that's when we're getting into the realms of, you know, this is becoming quite demonic.
Well,
you know,
not
I've
just
said
that
it
as well.
time.
It's kind of like it's become kind of a kind of authority into your credentials. You get what I'm saying? The fact that you've done it now actually allows you to be able to rap about that music. And because what you find is as well, the people that are not those type of dudes, at some point they get called out, they get exposed, they get told, oh, you know what, you're not this type of dude, such and such and such, like if you have. And so again, what happens is that the main, even in the mainstream, that those that are seen as the real, that have made that sacrifice to have the reputation and be able to talk about that music, really don't like those that haven't made that, or what they call put in that work.
Yeah.
So it also goes to show then, and again, it goes back to the earlier point then, that actually, in some aspects, the artists must have some choice into what music they want to write about if they're writing them, because that, you know, that last point, I guess that just kind of puts more clarity onto it. Because if they're getting album deals, they're writing their albums. Yes, they may have people write with them and for them also, and arrange music and things like that. But their album deal, man, they go and do their thing.
Yeah, but you got to think, if this killing or whatever they did, say like that's on Instagram, and they've got like million followers because of it, and they've got like hundreds of thousands, millions of views on their videos because of it. Like, these are the things they're gonna talk about now in their lyrics, because that's what's made them popular in the first place. You feel me?
Yes and no. Yes and no. You can talk about the life without talking about you stabbing up the youth. You could talk about
Yeah,
the
but the
trap.
thing
You
is
could
now,
talk about
yeah,
the trap. You could talk about the trap.
the thing is now, this is how I believe that these kids are, they're calculative in it. They're looking at it like this. If everyone knows that this happened, everyone's been waiting for me to talk about it, basically. And everyone who's out there on my socials or whatever, they've been talking about it, but they haven't heard me talk about it. They've only seen the video or they've seen something, but they haven't heard me talk. So when they hear me talk about it, that's going to blow. It's going to blow. It's going to get a million views straight away. And then, even the media and stuff are probably, someone might pick it up because they're going to say it's attached to this, what happened and rare tear tear. And they feel like it makes them glamorous to have a body on their, body count, like that. It's glamorous now. It's like having a flipping, um, it's like having a chain around your neck or having a fancy watch on your wrist. Like that.
Yeah, or the flyest chick.
You see it?
No, yeah. I mean, when I was younger, yeah, and certain people that you say to me, right, Mosh, that's our rate, bruv. Like, you always got some chick from off the ends, or like, do you know what I'm saying? Little things like that. Or
Mm,
that's our rate, you're always on your ball, bruv. You're always on your football, bro. Like, nothing can't distract you from your football. Like, things like that, yeah. And people would respect you for different reasons. Do you get what I'm saying? Ah, nah, man.
yeah.
Like, nah, my man's cool. Like, nah, but he can fight, though. Don't play with him, though. He can fight, though. He'll do his thing. Like, that's what you'd hear. Like, nah, but he's cool, though. He's on his music. And people would respect you for what you were, respect you for the fact that you're not part of that life. And just, he's just a cool dude.
Yeah.
And people would still be like, yeah, man, that's man them talking about. Like, he's from our ends, man. He might not be part of the gangster world, but we'll protect
Mm.
him if someone troubles him. Do you know what I'm
Yeah, but
saying?
once you make it popular, what you're gonna get is the posh kids, who ain't even from a cruddy life. They now want to talk like they are, and
Mm-hmm.
now they've got Urban Dictionary, so now they know all the words, they know all the lingos. Now they're out in the street competing with the kid who ain't even got nothing. He ain't even got a mum at home to cook dinners. So maybe he had no choice but to get up and do something. That's why he was out on them street corners. But now he's got to compete with all these other kids. And now it's turning nasty, innit? It's turning horrible out there because everyone's fighting for the same crumbs. Like a man who grew up in a 5-bedroom house, his mum fills up the house with shopping every week. He's got every computer game going, but he still wants to eat the man's food on the corner, bro. And that's where it's gonna turn ugly, innit? That's where the postcode thing is gonna come in. That's where it's all gonna start turning controversial. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Might not even be a thing of you was in the wrong postcode. It might just be that you wanted to start up your little thing for you and your little rich mates, but you had to come to the flipping to the you had to come into the ghetto to get your goods in it. And one day you got caught out. One of these little ghetto kids said, I'm just gonna eat your food today because I'm hungry. I ain't even got food in the fridge.
Hey,
You feel me?
Anyway, listen, let me wrap up, G.
Yeah.
It was good rapping, good rapping. Big up Melanated. Thanks for jumping on. You
Yeah,
done.
we got everyone in the chat. We got yourself.
Big up
Same way,
Kane,
same speed.
Drop Top. Eraman Sele, big up yourself. James Jones, big up yourself. Jumping in. Pro G, my cousin, big up yourself. Ayo, we done know. Yeah, Bakar, big up yourself. All of the man them and lady them in the chat, big up yourselves, done know. Thanks for listening. Next week, we're looking at obviously waiting for the budget announcement, right? So we're gonna be talking about the budget, yeah, and what's coming forward, what's gonna happen coming forward with the budget, and obviously Rishi Sunak gave an interview today on TV. I haven't watched it yet, but I'm gonna go and take it in. So prepare some bits for next week. We're also gonna be touching on a little bit more on the COVID measures that are in place, and in particular, there's some instructions that's going to be brought out for parents. So we're going to be touching that next week. So it'd be nice to have a few parents on to talk about that and see how you lot feel about the measures that are going to be brought forward when they open back schools, those kind of things, and how you feel about it. You be sending the children back to school. So I'll be putting a reminder up anyway with the program. What we're gonna have on there, and the questions I'm gonna be putting out there. If you have any questions, feel free to just jump on the comments, put any questions in. I'll try and add them into the show next week or the following week as much as possible. Yeah. Thanks for listening, people. Big up yourself again, Shifa, for jumping on.
Say nothing, guys.
6:31, and we are out. People, big up yourself. Don't know.